I'd like to call Planning Advisory to order. I'd like to welcome our public members, Pam and Sam, for joining us, and all the members that are here in the gallery and those that are watching a live stream. Just a reminder, Council, that Councilor Tingley has to leave this afternoon for another engagement, but he'll be back. And also Public Member Harvey has to leave later on this afternoon for another engagement. And the CEO will be here shortly once she finishes with the meeting. Those are all the announcements. First item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Are there any errors or omissions in the minutes? I'll move that the minutes are approved. First item is item 19, presentation by Peter Rogers on behalf of John Cool, a resident of Grand Lake area, community planning and second assessment. You can begin, John Peter, when you're ready.
Thank you. Please let me know if you don't hear me. First of all, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you, the warden, and the council members and public members of the PAC for entertaining this presentation. It's on the subject of second access requirements that are currently contained in section 10.16 of your subdivision bylaw. I'm speaking today for Mr. John Kugel of 469 Monte Vista, who's seated at the back of the room. And I have acted as well for other owners and sent in a letter, which I distributed a hard copy of today. My presentation is following the format, but of course has been boiled down to a reduced length for oral presentation. And you can probably follow through because it's in the same sequence as the letter. And there'll be things I don't talk about that are dealt with in the letter, including some of the references for some of the mapping and other images that are contained in the PowerPoint presentation. First, let me say I have no doubt at all that the second access issue has been raised with the very best of intentions about protecting human safety. Nevertheless, it's our submission that second access requirements are unwise in rural areas where road networks organically grow more like trees than like a grid. I begin with a quick overview of why we say those restrictions are unwise. First of all, we say that the wildfire life safety risk is actually quite small. Secondly, we say that requiring a second access to a collector road or an arterial in rural areas interferes excessively with personal choices about land development and residence locations and devalues the value of land terrifically. We say that the jurisdictional scan undertaken by staff suggests that East Hand's second access requirement is more restrictive against rural growth than just about everywhere else. A better response to wildfire risks, in our view, would be working with senior governments and other stakeholders to focus on better fire prevention, detection, containment, and suppression. The Grand Lake area that I'm speaking about is shown here. This is a diagram prepared by staff in some of the staff reports. Essentially the road network involved, and these show both public and private roads, it runs from the intersection of Renfrew Road and the Horn Settlement Road on the right-hand side of the diagram around the top of the lake. And the public portion of it ends just above the split in Monte Vista, shown at the bottom left of the map. I'm not taking a position, and my clients aren't taking a position about whether there should or shouldn't be second access requirements for urban or suburban subdivisions, nor do we take a position in relation to properties that are in established floodplains, recognizing those present different issues. And I would note, wildfire hazards have not resulted in homes being uninsurable in the province. So it's a hazard, unlike flooding on floodplains where that has occurred. There are, of course, insurance companies that levy greater premiums for locations far away from fire halls, but that's a market-driven cost, and that's a natural thing and not objectionable in our submission. Fundamentally, we say that people should be free to choose to live in locations others consider remote. They're willing to accept the risks of doing so, which are no doubt in their eyes, and it's their eyes that matter when we're dealing with individual choice. In their eyes, they're offset by other benefits they may obtain. And we say that those freedoms should only be sacrificed for very compelling circumstances. Now, let's consider the wildfire risks to human safety here. First, let me also say that my clients recognize the hard work and the courage of the firefighters who did respond to the Tantallon fire 2 years ago, including many from this municipality. But life safety policies should not be made in response to a single fire season, particularly one in which no lives were lost. Paternalistic restrictions aimed at life safety should be based either on reliable data taken over many years or should involve mild inconveniences like having to buckle up a seatbelt. The map shown on the screen is from a 2022 Washington Post article projecting wildfire risk in the USA for the next 30 years. And this map looks backwards rather than forwards, but it deals with a 30-year period, and it's showing the history of significant wildfires in the USA. And the notable thing about both the maps is that they show a relatively small risk in the areas most adjacent to the maritime provinces. Turning now to Canada, this is a map showing a 52-year history of wildfire burn areas between 1972 and 2023 from Natural Resources Canada. And from the same source, we see a similar 44-year map of fire perimeters. And the only areas better than us here in this province are in the far north or in the more developed parts of southern Ontario or in some unforested areas of the southern prairie provinces. Turning specifically to East Hants, within Nova Scotia, East Hants is doing considerably better than average. Maybe having firefighting helicopters located in Shubenacadie has helped, I don't know. But the fact is, we just haven't had any significant wildfire death history in Nova Scotia, let alone East Hants, that I have been able to find. Any accidental deaths are tragic, and what we have to recognize is that we do tolerate risks of accidental deaths, and we do so probably quite rationally. And we see on the slide, various other sources of wildfire deaths, and in comparison to that, I should say accidental deaths, and in comparison with that, there's been no wildfire fatalities that I've been able to find a record of here. Some small but real risks, like wildfire life safety risks, are not worth seriously aggravating the housing crisis for, impairing personal freedoms for, and wiping out development rights for. This slide shows in point form some of the attributes of the Grand Lake area that I showed on the map earlier. And I would note that lakes are potential safe harbors for wildfires, particularly lakes accessible like this one by many public and private boats and boat launching points. In the worst case, fire can even be escaped by just going into the lake without a boat, which is what we saw happen in Hawaii with people escaping into the Pacific Ocean from lava flows there. There are several large clearings mowed by owners. May not show up that well on your screen, but you'll notice the clearings on the bottom end of Monte Vista Road and in the middle of Monte Vista Road. Large clearings mowed by owners which would serve as significant fire breaks. Their location is advantageous for fires coming from the southwest, which is the prevailing wind direction in fire season. There are other positive features, and notably, fire will not challenge all parts of a long road network at the same time. Renfrew and Monte Vista Road are good quality with speed limits of 70 or 80 kilometers an hour, which is higher than some collectors. The harm to existing owners from too much regulation, what I call regulatory overreach on the slide, to the owners, it denies people the right to develop their property that they've been paying taxes on at values based on the actual valuation, and that represents an uncompensated loss when it plummets down to forestry value, which usually is just pulp and paper value. And it's not just the owners who suffer from the regulatory burden, it's potential residents who tend not to participate in planning meetings. Housing affordability suffers from so many different regulatory restrictions that are imposed in so many different places that they don't show up at any one planning meeting. Second access regulations tend to preclude organic improvements in rural road maintenance, rural road development, and road connectedness. It thereby condemns large areas to being taken out of potential housing development forever. Many millions of dollars of municipal tax revenue is a material consideration as well, and those revenues could be used, amongst other things, to better support fire departments and other wildfire suppression agencies. I want to talk next about the jurisdictional scan. This shows the material part, this slide does, of the HRM design manual provision, which is identified as a precedent of sorts. That provision, however, accepts as a base the connectedness of the existing provincial road and municipal street network. That's unlike section 10.16, which freezes development that isn't on a road that's classified as a collector or arterial, even though these road classifications are somewhat arbitrary. So the HRM lot maximum would not be freezing all development past that Horn Settlement intersection. Other municipalities in Nova Scotia with rural areas do not have second access restrictions like these ones. And even beyond Nova Scotia, Section 10.16 is a real outlier for rural areas. And the question I ask Council, and I guess in this setting, the committee, is whether this municipality really should be at the forefront of new restrictions choking rural housing development. The history of Section 10.16 suggests that it was developed in the first instance as a result of a particular suburban subdivision development. When it was first enacted, it only applied in growth areas, not rural areas. It was expanded to the whole municipality in 2013 as one part of a package of multiple amendments. And there were only 3 sentences dedicated to the analysis of the second access issue in the staff report at the time. I'm not being critical. It was a staff report that dealt with multiple amendments, but it obviously didn't receive the same kind of analysis that it's now being commendably undertaken by the municipality. And as I understand it, the history is also characterized by one of, even after 2013, not being uniformly applied until Council gave direction in the aftermath of the 2023 Tantallon fire. And I submit this municipality should not be a prisoner of the notion that restrictions should only be made more severe and never less severe. A better approach to the wildfire hazard, we submit, is to continue to work through your federations with senior levels of government and work with fire departments and landowners to reduce the wildfire hazard itself. Reducing the wildfire consumption of woods would likely provide benefits to climate change way in excess of those with the now shelved and hotly debated carbon taxes. There are improvements that I've recognized over the years, and in very recent times, we have seen the penalty for breaching the provincial fire bans raised to $25,000. That's up from a few $100s. As noted on the website of the Provincial Department of Natural Resources and Renewables, municipalities can also pass their own burn restrictions, to further deter or prohibit practices like grass and brush burning. East Hants may wish to consider a burning bylaw. Some other municipalities do have them. There are also technological improvements available. And if the Grand Lake development restriction is removed, one of my clients commits to fund a satellite and thermal intelligence fire detection and monitoring system pilot project covering 50,000 hectares. That's an area about the quarter the size of the municipality. And there's a hyperlink in the letter that I've distributed that takes you to the company's website, of which this is just one of many pages. And there's another one I've put here, but there's more pages than that from the company's website, a company called Aurora Technologies. And there are other things that I've referred to in my letter that could be done to reduce wildfire hazards. One of them is better equipment to protect the safety of firefighters and to enhance mobility of fire suppression equipment, and I think that's one that's worth exploring. Ideally, that would be in partnership with senior governments and fire departments so that such equipment is geographically deployed efficiently and funded appropriately. Obviously, we can't have this kind of equipment in every fire hall. So what do we seek? My clients seek either repeal of the subdivision bylaw, section 10.16, or we ask that the bylaw be amended to restrict its application so that it did not apply to rural areas like the Grand Lake area. There are other planning alternatives that could also be considered. We also ask that Council not make other possible planning bylaw amendments which would similarly choke off all development rights in the area in question. So I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity to present here and to invite through you, Mr. Chair, any questions that committee members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for the presentation. Saying none, we'll keep the document with the discussion.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlson. Oh. Sorry. Deputy Warden McPhee.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Rogers, I know, I agree, people take risks. It's a personal choice. People climb Mount Everest. I wouldn't do it, but other people do and die. My concern with this is now that we had this bylaw in, nobody's died in a wildfire, like you say. Let's say in 10 years' time, a wildfire occurs, 2 children die. Council gets sued because they used to have this in. That's what the lawsuit's based on. Would there be a way to avoid that by having the landowners that develop it put that provision in there that people willingly acknowledge that there's a risk? Is there a way to mitigate this then?
Well, you should get your legal advice. The committee should through its own solicitor, but I would say that legislative decisions do not give rise to tort liability for negligence. And the fact that you had one in place for a short period of time is not material in that context, in my opinion. But you should get your legal
Right,
advice from your own municipal solicitor.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Warden Rolson has a comment or question.
Thank you. Just reiterate the thanks for the extensive presentation and letter. Read through it all. And just at this time, just caution council members in your questions and that we have received a letter from a legal representative of folks, and we should exercise caution in comments and questions until we have time to review the presentation in its fullness with our own legal counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Councilor Perry.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank you for taking the time here and presenting with us with this. There's lots of information in here, and hopefully it will spur more discussion further on down the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you, Councilor. Nobody left, so I thank you for your presentation, and
Thank you.
it should lead to further discussion.
Right.
If I may, I'll just move to the gallery for, as I understand, staff is
Presenting on the second access requirement as well.
You're free to join the gallery then.
Great.
Next item on the agenda is supplemental report, a single ingress and egress development. Debbie, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. So since the wildfires in the spring of 2023, East Hants Council has directed staff to undertake the following. Restrict the number of dwelling units permitted on a single egress-ingress as part of a development agreement negotiations. Directed staff to review the number of areas with one access and over 50 dwelling units. Requested staff to develop amendments to the subdivision bylaw that may allow for more than 100 lots to be created on a single access. Requested staff consult with East Hants Fire Service on their ability to service single access development with more than 100 lots, and asked for research on when and why the 100 lot rule was developed. The purpose of the supplemental report is to provide additional information for Planning Advisory Committee's consideration to assist in their decision-making process. So, history of the 100 lot regulation. In 2004, the East Hants Engineering Services Committee passed a motion referring the issue of requiring subdivisions containing more than 100 lots to include at least 2 access points onto a collector or arterial roads to Planning Advisory Committee. The Engineering Services proposal was aimed at addressing safety and emergency access egress concerns for large subdivisions serviced by one or more access point. Elmwood subdivision, with the addition of Greenside Estates, was the first development to trigger the East Hants to review this regulation. A full background and discussion about subdivision access requirements can be found in that 2006 final plan review staff report that was attached as one of the appendices to staff's report. So in 2006, basically, the provisions look similar, except for it says within growth management and growth reserve areas. So that was what was adopted in 2006. No more than 100 lots and a remainder shall be serviced by a single road access to a collector or arterial street within a growth management and growth reserve area. Then in 2013, a review of the East Hants subdivision bylaw was completed. As part of the review, Municipal Development and Infrastructure and Operations requested the subdivision bylaw regulations be amended by removing within growth management and growth reserve areas. The request stemmed from the construction of large rural subdivisions being developed on one ingress-egress with similar traffic and safety concerns as the growth management areas and growth reserve areas. So basically, we were seeing growth in the large lot developments, and we wanted to treat them the same as what was going on in the serviced areas. And we did have community input. Again, it was with a larger staff report, and same with the 2006 report. It was with a much larger staff report as well. But there was community engagement on the subdivision bylaw amendments. East Hants Council adopted the subdivision bylaw amendments on July 25th, 2013. So council made no changes to the 100 lot subdivision bylaw regulation during the 2016 and 2023 plan reviews, although other subdivision bylaw amendments were made that encourage increased connectivity. For example, minimizing the size of blocks and creating walkways and eliminating cul-de-sacs. So in relation to motion 2569, the intent of subdivision section 10.16 of the subdivision bylaw does comply with intent of council's previous direction. So planning staff did follow the direction that was provided to us by council. Council decided in 2013 to have the 100 lot limit applied to the entire municipality based on the recommendation from infrastructure and operations. East Hants Fire Service engagement. So East Hants Fire Service had a meeting on March 1st, 2025. At the meeting, the Director of Corporate Services discussed single access subdivisions and the current limit on development on single egresses. The majority of the conversation centered around dry hydrants, and below are comments from the meeting. So varying perspectives from the chiefs with no definitive direction provided. Each development is different, and the need to look at each development independent of others was a theme. They suggested including the fire smart principles in the land use planning documents, and there was a desire from the fire service that the municipality should regulate dry hydrants in the rural area. Dry hydrants should have standardized requirements and may be maintained by the municipality. Discussion that new developments in rural areas should be required to install dry hydrants. So further to that March fire service meeting, staff contacted individual fire chiefs who had over 100 lots in a single ingress-egress road to understand their perspective on continued development on that single access. Staff also requested comments from the RCMP, and responses have been received from actually all of the fire departments. I was late getting the one from Elmsdale and the RCMP. So the Enfield Fire Department, feedback on the Grand Lake Monte Vista Road. So concerns with the current situation in this area include 8 kilometers of single access road. This has high forest fire risk, being all forest on one side and the road and the lake on the other side. Evacuation of the area would be challenging with single access and fire apparatus trying to get into the same area. The road condition is poor at the best of times. Monte Vista Road would need to be improved. The current dry hydrant is near the midpoint of the road, which also could be a risk point. Some of the newer roads being built, Vivian's Way, Justine Marie Lane, are narrow lanes. Would be hard to get fire trucks in these 2 lanes when cars are trying to evacuate. If the area was to see an increase of homes and lots, we would need a second point of access, or at least a second evacuation route. It would be better water supply for fire operations. They would need better supply for fire operations, 1 or 2 more sources. If the developers could have a plan for water supply and provide access to the lake with a road or a dry hydrant, it would be a great help. The island after the gate also has a risk as the lane is one way and more homes are being built on it. It would be nice to have a water source here, also access to a lake or a dry hydrant. As they have seen in other areas in the province with wildfires, single access puts our residents at a high risk of injuries or death. We would have examples in the area, just structure fires being an issue, with putting residents at risk because of the single access and the road being blocked. If residents need to evacuate, the road is blocked, or someone needs EHS or another emergency. This is a long distance of 8 kilometers. Mount Uniacke and District's Volunteer Fire Department. So the chief discussed it with outgoing chief and the deputy chief, and they said with growing global warming that's been occurring in the windstorms, hurricanes, and heavy rainstorms that they've seen, there has been Those storms have been leaving a high fuel load on the forest floor, so deadfalls and downed trees. The severity of the rain events has been increasing as well, causing flooding as seen in Brooklyn a few years ago. This does affect the shoulders of the single dirt roads that most of the areas in the analysis covers. Our trucks cannot pass on the Piggott Lake Road because it is very narrow and windy. When they shuttle water back and forth during an emergency, there is a possibility of one of the trucks flipping to the soft shoulders. In the spring, when the roads are soft, the fire trucks can sink into them and get stuck, which makes a response delayed or not at all. And so they've actually broken out, because they had multiple single access roads with 100 lots or more in their area, so they've broken it down. And Piggott Lake Road, winding road, single lane, limited or no passing with heavy apparatus, soft shoulders, chance of flipping apparatus, fire loads on the forest floor and dwelling close to the woods causing rapid moving fires. Waterview Drive and Coxcomb Lake Drive should be linked to give 2 ways in and out. Uniacke Mines Road, Coxcomb Lake Drive, single lane, limited passing with heavy apparatus, heavy fire loads on forest floor and dwellings close to the woods causing rapid moving fires, soft shoulders, chance of flipping apparatus. Old Mines Road, Rockwell Drive should loop back and connect to Old Mines Road, heavy fire loads on forest floor causing rapid moving fires, good access roads paved. Lake Crest Drive, road very soft in spring causing heavy apparatus to sink into the road during response, road very rough through other seasons causing slow response times, fire loads in forest floor and dwellings close to the woods causing rapid moving fires. Dorfey Drive and Lake Crest should connect to allow 2 ways in and out, and I think they might mean another road there, I'm not quite sure. South Uniacke Road, flooding issue above the bridge during heavy rain events and could wash out the bridge. Trailer park owner wanting more homes in the park. And I should note that Uniacke Road, they don't have 100 lots, but they have way over 100 dwelling units on that road. For any future planning in the area, we would recommend subdivisions with 2 ways in and out to allow residents to escape during emergencies. And they thank the municipality for the opportunity to voice their concerns. We've received information from the Elmsdale Fire Department as well, and they're asking for how the formula is to determine the number of lots allowed on a single access. In the event of the emergency requiring evacuation of an area, the residents will quickly plug the road leaving either using both lanes or people returning to get family members, pets, medications, etc. This will hinder our ability to respond to the emergency. Also, a problem on the rail line derailment fire spill may require an evacuation zone of up to a mile. Right now, Elmwood subdivision would be blocked. The connection to Ralston is a logging path now. I believe there should be 2 ways in and out of all subdivisions, and I'm not sure about the number of lots on a single road, and that would be a planning decision. And the RCMP, the staff sergeant's general feeling is one based on the Nova Scotia wildfires and particularly the ones in Tantallon. While miraculously nobody was hurt, the issue for most of the affected subdivisions was the lack of access egress. This is an issue that can be applied to any natural disaster for first response and to slightly lesser degree policing. For the staff sergeant, it's the number of homes that makes the single point of access a far less desirable. It's the fact that there is only a single egress. The problem it creates is only multiplied by the number of homes. He's seen that fire roads being built as an emergency egress, and he thinks it would be a step towards a more positive look on a single entry points. And in the staff sergeant's opinion, he will not support not having a secondary egress route. So staff did do further consultation with Halifax Regional Municipality because they're also grappling with the issue of existing subdivisions constructed on one access. In Hammonds Plains, 2 emergency access points have been constructed to date, and a new emergency access point was just approved this past winter. I think it was in March. Halifax staff are now working on a project to identify all developments in the Halifax Regional Municipality constructed with a single egress road. Future emergency access connections could potentially be developed by the municipality but the purpose of these emergency access points would not be to allow for increased development. It would only be for emergency purposes. So even though they're adding these emergency access points, it's not to allow for increased development in these communities. It's to allow for people to escape, essentially. As a deterrent for general public use, Halifax may use bollards with a universal key that fire and police would have access to. Halifax is also in the process of writing a technical memo which will identify the criteria for emergency access. So they're creating the standards by which these emergency accesses will have to be built and where they're to be located. So it's just a working memo right now. And other items being discussed by Halifax staff include where the location of the two access roads should be located. For example, should they be located at opposite ends of the development? Staff is also looking at counting accessory dwelling units towards the entire total number of dwelling count on a single access. And the reason why they're looking at that is because of the HAF funding. They've recently changed their regulations. So now you can have, I think, up to 4 units on a lot in some areas of the municipality. So this would dramatically change the number of dwelling units on a single access if they didn't count towards it. So in regards to motion C-2568, I'm not going to go through everything here because we've sent the letter to Nova Scotia Public Works. And so we sent the letter to the minister. We've had a response back from the minister. And then last month at the April council meeting, council already requested us to do a follow-up letter. So we're just in the process of creating that letter as the follow-up letter. It still hasn't been sent, though. Options. So as a result of the vulnerability assessment presented to Planning Advisory Committee in February, and after consulting with the local fire services, HRM, staff do not recommend that the number of lots on a single access road reviewed be permitted to increase without a second access. Based on staff evaluation, the risk to residents seems to outweigh the benefits to specific landowners. However, municipal staff have developed 5 alternative options for the consideration of Planning Advisory Committee. The first one is to prepare amendments to the subdivision bylaw that would permit over 100 lots to be created on a single access road where a vulnerability assessment shows that the road has very low to moderate risk assessment, and prepare amendments to the official community plan that permits a maximum of 300 dwelling units on a single access road in a growth management area serviced by municipal water and wastewater, and prepare amendments that would permit a maximum of 150 dwelling units on a single access in all areas of East Hants not serviced by municipal water and wastewater. And that's the same option that was available during the last staff report. And the next two are the same as well. Number 2, maintain the 100 lot regulation and prepare amendment to the East Hants Official Community Plan that would limit the number of dwelling units to 300 units on a single access in growth management areas and serviced by municipal water and wastewater, and 150 dwelling units in all areas of East Hants not serviced by municipal water and wastewater. 3, direct staff to investigate the feasibility of constructing an emergency access, financial engineering requirements to service the areas identified in this report to allow for increased development. Emergency access could be built and owned by East Hants or built and owned by built to East Hants private road standards with easements in favor of all impacted property. So there's 2 ways of looking at that. 4 is a new one, and that's amend the subdivision bylaw to create municipal classification of roads that's separate from the provincial classifications. So we could do that. Number 5 is make no changes to the current regulations and allow for the development community to build second accesses to the identified areas when development pressure warrants the cost of constructing the second access. Citizen engagement. So proposed amendments to the East Hants Official Community Plan require a public information meeting, and if council selects an option that requires amendments to municipal planning strategy or subdivision bylaw, staff will organize a public information meeting to discuss the proposed amendments with the public. And so staff's recommendation is to maintain the current subdivision bylaw regulations regarding 100 lots on a single ingress, egress, and the alternative recommendations to select from one of the proposed options. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Debbie, for that report. Very concise. First up to speak, Warden Rolston.
Thank you, Debbie, for that report. I think it was important for council to hear from our fire service and from our RCMP on from their perspective on this, because It's not easy to make these decisions, and we like to gather the information from the folks who have the expertise and who will be impacted in times of emergency. So having heard the responses from these organizations and having seen and heard staff's recommendation, at this time, I move that Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council maintain the current subdivision bylaw regulations regarding 100 lots on a single ingress egress.
I'll second that.
So moved in second. Thank you, Warden. On before the motion. Councilor Rhino.
Yeah, I won't be supporting that motion, but my question was gonna be around number 4. Amend the subdivision bylaw to create municipal classifications road separate from the provincial classification. Through you, what would that do to allow development in areas such as the one described before and other areas throughout the municipality that we do not hinder development in such a way? And that's my question, because I've been around here a long time. When that subdivision bylaw came in, I was fully for it, for things like Elmwood subdivision. That would be creating a new subdivision with 100 lots, separate bang. Pretty simple. There was no intent in me supporting that we would be cutting off development in such areas as Grand Lake or other areas of the municipality that would hinder development in such way. So my question, could you tell me what would happen with the municipal classification of roads that would help us work in both ways?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so right now, the province classifies roads, and that's where we got the classification is. So the municipality could create their own classification system and amend it to probably the subdivision bylaw, and so that they would identify Renfrew Road or Monte Vista Road as a collector or arterial road. And if you identified that, then that 100 lot rule wouldn't apply to that road.
That 100 lot road would not apply to that road.
If you identified and was adopted. So that would mean there would be unlimited development could occur off of Renfrew Road and Monte Vista Road.
But what would have precedent? The municipal classification of road or provincial classification of road? Would one trump the other?
I'll let John take this one.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not that the municipal one would take precedence, it's just that for the purpose of the subdivision bylaw, you're gonna have a different metric. So we could even use different terminology than, collector or arterial. We could come up with major and minor roads or local and regional or something like that. And, if you were of the opinion that development should still be permitted off of Renfrew or Monte Vista, and they were classed a major road or, whatever classification we came up with, then, you could do that. We're sort of stuck right now with those provincial classifications because that's what the subdivision bylaw refers to.
And also, could you refresh me, is when did we get away from the purpose of, the intent of back then, of just having an Elmwood-like subdivision to include such places as Monte Vista and some in Mount Uniacke? How did that change?
Through you, Mr. Chair, changed in 2013 when staff from infrastructure and operations requested that the rural areas be reviewed in the same manner that the serviced areas were looked at, the growth reserve and growth management areas. So it was done in 2013 as part of amendments to the subdivision bylaw.
Well, it just seems like from these wildfires that were happening downtown, this has come forth to light. And, for me, it was not my intent to limit development in such a way like by doing that. My intent was not to create another Elmwood subdivision without a second access point. And I still stand by what my intent was at that time. So that's how I feel. And I think if we really looked at things, I think number 4 would be, to me, in my opinion, the better way to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Musa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 100% agree with Councilor Rhino. If this motion pass, you're gonna kill development in the three highest assessed district in the municipality. And that's gonna hurt because next year tax rate is gonna go up and every year is gonna go up. And we don't wanna be looked at the way we were in Mount Uniac before everything started going good for us and go back to stop every development in Mount Uniac. So I would never support a motion like that. And my other question about Halifax. We heard from Mr. Rogers' presentation, something about the roads. They count on one road, they don't count on different road. Is that how I understood?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not quite sure how Halifax implements their regulations. They said that they had when I spoke to them, they had the 100 lot, but I don't know how they interpret the regulations. I don't know if it's any different than what we would interpret them as. So that's really a Halifax question. It's not something I can answer you.
Yeah, but when you did your jurisdiction scan, that should be, because we asked about arterial road and collector road. So if they allow 100 lot of collector road with different, more than 100 lot with different cul-de-sacs, that make a big difference here too. So I like to know how they interpret their bylaw too. So that will make a big difference because
Through you, Mr.
of
Chair,
one of
the
these-
regulations state that there's 100 lots on a single access and up to 300 dwelling units unless the engineer is part of a phase subdivision approval or if the engineer, if something else is, the engineer can waive it. Now, there are existing development rights within Halifax that's different than East Hants, where tentative plans of subdivision have been approved for many, many years, which allows people, like for Indigo Shores, for example, to continue that development, even though there's one access in and out of that. But because a person had development rights and because of past history, that's why they're allowed to continue building new homes on that past those 300 dwelling units, is because of past development rights. How they actually go about identifying where there's property owners with development rights, I'm not quite sure. I would recommend if you want to go that much further, you should ask a Halifax engineer to come into the office and go into those details. This is something I can't answer.
No, but we should. I would like to know if they treat the municipal road or the provincial road as a collector or as.
Mr. Chair, staff have identified that they don't know the answer to the question.
Anything else, Counselor?
Yes, about the fire department. I know we had put a lot of pressure on them by asking them that, and the condition of Lake Rest, if it had 50 lots or 100 lots, it's gonna take same response time to get there. So I think they responded in general about the condition of the road instead of the 100 lots. That's what I think. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Dixon.
My question is going to be with regards to one of the other options. I don't know if that's in order or not.
I'll put you back on that. Counselor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I don't know if I'm in speaking to the motion because the motion was made early on, so I feel like I can speak to it, and that I just can't support this motion, and I know I talked about this the last time. If you can go back to the other options, and number 4 did jump out at me because we also spoke about that last time. And there are some other things here that I see, bits and pieces that I think, well, maybe that would work, or maybe a combination of several would work. But just the current motion that's up, or keeping it as it is, I just can't support it in that way. And and getting rid of it, like I suggested last time in desperation, that isn't the answer either. But I feel like there has to be an answer to this. As Councillor Musa said, I did notice with the, it was my observation with the Mount Uniacke Fire Department response that they tended to, it was mostly about the road condition, their response was. And I mean, I'm not basing this on Monte Vista or Renfrew or Mount Uniacke. I'm basing it on how I feel about the whole of East Hants municipality. And I just can't support this motion as it reads. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if council or planning advisory committee decides to recommend to council option number 4, the one thing I would just ask for consideration, do you want unlimited development on those single access roads, or would you like to have some limit of development on those access roads, just as you're thinking about the options?
Well, and I really,
Point of order, I
Just
don't
wait.
think we can
We have a
consider
motion on the
any
floor.
options with the motion on the floor.
Councillor Head.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This causes a problem when a motion is made before we ever get a chance to talk about other options. That limits us right there. We cannot talk about other options, and this really annoys me when this happens quite a bit. I think we should have had a chance to discuss these other areas that it might help here. My question is, through you to staff, is municipal, change the number 4, create a municipal classification of roads. If these are government provincial roads, do we have the authority to change the classification on them?
Again, I'll let John answer this one. He had a good answer last time.
We don't, through you, Mr. Chair, we don't have the ability to change the classification of a provincial road for their purposes, but we could create a map in one of our planning documents that shows Renfrew Road as a local or as a collector. I mean, that, doesn't, there's nothing the province, I guess, it wouldn't offend anything the province is doing, I guess.
So their classification is their classification.
Exactly.
Our determination of it could be different.
And through you, Mr. Chair, it could be for this specific purpose. You have a classification for determining, what further subdivision rights are on a road.
Yeah, okay. And I guess my next point is really not to the motion, so thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Perry?
Speaking not in support of the motion, I think there's more that we need to consider, very much as Councillor Garden Cole has talked about, and I don't want to entertain reclassification of roads or anything like that at this point either. So this is something that we've been working on, and I think there needs to be some more conversation with the provincial government on this, as we have talked about with our letters that have been sent, and we're still awaiting responses. So, which could free up some things in some areas and possibly provide us more constructive information to go forward in the future. So for that reason, I cannot support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Warden Rolston?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm certainly not against development. But I guess it's a little more black and white for me. I'm not the expert. So council directed staff to go out and ask the folks who have the knowledge in our municipality and who would have to respond in case of any emergencies. And we heard back from the fire departments. We heard back from the RCMP, none of which supported a change. So that's where I drew my consensus from. We asked the people who had the most aside from the residents, who had the most involvement here and who would be trying to, reach folks and reach homes and reach lots and all that. And I did not get the sense that any of them supported a change to what we were already doing. So hence, I made the motion to support what I felt our first responders felt was the appropriate way forward. I am not going to second guess our first responders. I'm going to support their recommendations. And I will go a step further and say I know how many hours those first responders put into our communities at the cost of, not dollars, but at the cost of family time and everything else. So I have a great deal of respect for them. I have a great deal of respect for their opinions. And I will be supporting the opinions that they sent to us. And I don't want that to be taken as being anti-development. It is just simply that we chose the groups that we wanted to ask because we felt they were the appropriate groups. And for whatever reasons they had for providing their opinions, I intend to support those opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Councilor Musa?
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
thank you, Mr. Chair. To add on what I said earlier, as of now, we allowed over 500 homes because they said after 10 years, probably 10 years, they're gonna provide another access. Unfortunately, in a rural area, we don't have that. If we block one lot, we're blocking the lot behind it, then the lot behind it, then the lot behind it, which could lead to another road. So I totally don't understand where we're going here. We gotta look at each individual lot differently. Like I could show you on a map, if you go to South Uniacke Road, there's 2 parcels. If you allowed one parcel to develop, then the second one decide to develop, then you have connection. But by blocking everything, we're blocking the whole area just like that, blanket, like you're not allowed to do anything. I don't know if staff agree with what I'm saying, but that's my opinion, like. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Nobody left to speak. We'll go to the vote. And the motion is being defeated by a vote of 8-4. With myself, Councilor Merriman, Public Member Harvey. She's pointing to her name.
Did we get all the votes?
And Warden Rolston voting for. Thank you, Debbie, for that report. That'll lead to further discussion. Councilor Dixon, you wish to speak?
Okay, question I have here is on going back to the staff on option number 1, prepare amendment, section there, prepare amendments to the subdivision bylaw that would permit over 100 lots to be created on single access where accessible shows the road. It has a very low moderate risk assessment. How do we get a moderate risk assessment done? Who would do it? How would it be arranged?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So basically, the ones that we've done so far, is staff has done it. But we could do it a variety of different ways, as if the applicant hired their own consultant to do it, they could do it that way. Or if you wanted something led internally, I don't know if John would be in favor of staff doing it or not. That would be, I guess, up to the director. But
We would be able to go arrange to have that done if we requested at a further date. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Marion?
Thank you through the chair to Debbie. Good afternoon, Debbie. Hi there. So thank you for that. That was great. Question for you about option 4. And if you had a road that was K class or some other class, so to me, that implies the quality of the road is there's a lot of things that come to mind. The the quality could be, of the road itself could be bad, it could be narrow, the shoulders could be bad, it could be very soft in the springtime. Are there gates on the road? Who's maintaining the road? Is there regular maintenance of the road? My question is, with the municipality, coming up with their own classification of roads, that, maybe that's easy enough to do, but are there the risks that I've mentioned? Is there some validity to those risks?
Through Mr. Chair, yes, there is. Just to let you know, K-class roads are not considered public roads in our documents, so you wouldn't be able to subdivide on those anyways. But as some of the roads that we currently classify, or the province classifies as local and such, that the fire departments have raised, or private roads that raise concerns about, for example, Piggott Lake Road is a private road, and it's very windy, and it does have some softness, and that it's narrow as well. So there are issues with the fire apparatus that's trying to travel that. So if you classify that as a collector road, there could be some issues with considering it a collector road. If you're allowing for more development on that road, then there's more congestion on it, and the road quality is still a private road.
Are we opening ourselves up to issues with ongoing monitoring of quality of these private roads? So I misspoke, not K-class, but it could be like the Piggott Lake Road. It's a private road, but with whatever the case is, could there be issues with us having to kind of maintain, or not maintain, but do checks over time to determine that the quality is still sufficient, or if we come up with a new classification, we just kind of roll with that with no oversight?
That's correct. Would be no oversight, the same as we do now. So if there's continued development allowed on it, there's continued development allowed on it. And the only thing that we regulate is really our garbage trucks, if they can get up there and back. And that's a call on our infrastructure and operation side, and the local provider, if they can access there. So again, and then the other question comes into play is, do you allow for unlimited development, or do you want some sort of limits to that development? So if you just change the classification of road, it opens it up without any limits.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rhino?
Well, for me, before we consider any further, I would like to have some more study done around number 4, what that actually would look like, how would take into consideration by not limiting, cutting off development in certain areas of the municipality, but also with regard to protection as well. There's got to be a solution to this, and I would like to see more information with regard to around what would look like, and explained out. Could that be done?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it could be done. I wouldn't mind having a little bit more direction, like, do you want private roads considered in it, or just the public roads where it's either in the provincial or municipal ownership? Or do you want to have us look at any limits, or just allow for, like, without any limits to development? Like, do you want all roads considered? Do you want us to look at limits on the number of lots? Do you want those types of options provided?
Well, I'm gonna go back to where I was years ago, when this first came up. The thing was not to create another subdivision such as Elmwood subdivision with only one access. Not over a vast period of land, like, let's say for the Montagniacs or Monte Vista, to me, that's what I'd be looking for. And if we had to look at all roads or whatever to what that reclassification or municipal classification would look like, whatever, I would like some kind of report around that and for consideration.
If council wants to give direction for us to do that.
I would move the staff create a report with regard to around the option number 4, amendments of the subdivision to create municipal classification roads, and to have a report to entertain and look at that, to have a look and see what that would look like, and go from that point with all roads.
Yes. Thank you, Counselor. CAO wish to speak?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, not to the motion, although I think we do need a little bit more definition of the motion. If your intent is to focus on those subdivisions like, help me out here. You just said Elmwood, because that is completely, that is a direction. Your intent is to have this come back to that Elmwood type subdivision with that motion.
That's how I would like to see it, but I would like, if it takes reclassification of roads within East Hants to allow for further development on areas such as described here today and in the Mount Union Acts, I would entertain it.
So that's clarity on the motion. I want to go back to one of the statements that Debbie made about risk reviews and whether staff could do them in-house or not. I feel very strongly that if council goes down any route where we have a risk review done of a subdivision proposal, that needs to be an independent body that's doing that review. It cannot be our staff that do that review. And I also think before we go, we've sort of drafted some criteria, but before you went that route, you would want to have a set criteria developed by professionals who are in the fire smart industry. And with those, you would then send those out to your professionals to have those reviews done, working with the developer. Much like you have professional engineers do your stormwater management or whatever it might be, those reviews can't be done in-house in the independence of the planning process.
I failed to draw a point between the two. I think, number 4 was brought up here, an amendment that's a subdivision to create municipal classifications of roads.
So
So,
the two were two separate issues. So I had my microphone on to talk about the criteria for risk reviews first. So that's not part of this motion, but if anyone's thinking of that as part of this solution, then it would need to be done independently,
But I
not to the
think-
motion.
but this number 4 in the motion deals with getting a report on what that would look like, and then looking at that, with that information, within the whole picture of these options.
Right, so that option, I would take it off the table that staff would do those reviews. It should be an independent person hired to do that for each different subdivision.
If that were to be done.
If you were to do it.
If that was to be
If
done.
that is part of this overall solution, Debbie had said we'd have to ask John if he'd be comfortable with staff doing those reviews. The answer to that is no. He would not be comfortable with that.
But I want to look at number 4 as the motion said. That's what I want before a decision can be made. To me, that what you're saying is further, and then at the next meeting after we look at 4, right? So I just don't want to confuse the issue any further than what it is.
I don't think one of us has a second.
Thank you, Counselor. Warden Ralston?
Thank you. Lots of interesting discussion. I certainly understand where the CAO is coming from. Staff have already made a recommendation, which we have ultimately turned down. So for those reasons, I'm going to continue to follow my heart, I guess, in this one, as well as my head, because for me, public safety trumps all of this. And I am going to continue to support the fire service and the recommendation of our staff, so I will be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Nobody left to speak? Everybody understands the motion?
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Could you repeat your motion, Counselor or staff?
the staff prepare a report around number 4, the amendment of the subdivision bylaw to create municipal simple classification of roads, separate from the provincial classifications. That way, we're pretty simple. Everybody's, and what that would look like towards the issue.
Everybody's clear? We'll go to the vote. The motion is tied, so I guess the motion is lost. Voting for, Councillor Dixon, Councillor Hebb, Councillor Musa, Councillor Rhino, Public Member 1, I'm not sure which seat that is, Public Member Balcom, and Sandra Garden Cole, Councillor Cole. Voting against, Deputy Warden McPhee, myself as a chairperson, Councillor Merriman, Councillor Perry, Public Member Pam Harvey, and Warden Rolston. Thank you, Debbie, for that report. Can we move on? Okay, we'll move on to the next item, item 21. PLN 012, the Shaw Group, amendments to the official community plan. Debbie, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Your second screen is showing.
Oh. Let's try this again. Sorry, I'm having technical issues there. My screen is now locked.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to the last one, so what did we accomplish? Are we staying with the current, the way it is? You know,
I'm assuming we will until staff does another report or we decide to do something else.
so we, technically, in my opinion, we've limited development in certain areas of the municipality.
Thank you, Counselor. Go ahead,
Okay.
Debbie.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just a minute.
No, sorry.
CAO, wish to clarify that?
Yeah, just for clarity, so without a motion coming from PAC to council on the issue that you just spoke to, we remain status quo, so, and we will not be bringing reports back unless we get direction from council to do that. So there will be no other reports on the issue unless you direct us to.
So why didn't we allow for another motion like we did?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no one made another motion, so,
They shut it down, the chair shut it down.
There's no one on.
There was nobody on the queue to speak, so we moved on.
it's not to say you can't. You can go back, but.
Well, I'm not gonna go back. Somebody could bring it up business from counselors next week.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the Shell Group limited application. So a portion of their brick plant here with frontage on Church Street is proposed to be redesignated and rezoned. The total area of the subject property for the whole property is 44.1 hectares, but the area of land that is under application is approximately 1 hectare in size. And the proposal is to amend the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw by changing the generalized future land use designation from industrial commercial IC to medium density residential neighborhood MR, and to rezone the same from industrial commercial to townhouse R2T. So as you see, the gray is the industrial commercial zone and the purple is the village core zone. This is a satellite image showing the brick plant. There's Claybrook Way, Highway 2, Church Street, and the subject property outlined here in red. These are pictures from the subject property, just showing this is Church Street, and this shows the new restaurant and shop that was constructed over the past year. The Lance Pool's here in the distance, and then you can kind of see the church here, and there's some wooded area where the subject site is located. The purpose of this application is to amend the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw to allow for the development of 4 8-unit stacked townhouse buildings. In addition to the mapping amendments, land use bylaw text amendments are required in order to allow stacked townhouses to be used in a cluster townhouse format. The aim of the application is to accommodate affordable housing intended for workers of the Shaw Brick Plant. The driveway for the proposed development would be located off of Church Street, which is proposed to be located off of Church Street, which is owned by the province. The subject site also has 40 meters of frontage on Claybrook Way. Parking for the townhouse units is proposed to be located in a common parking area in the center of the development, and the proposed location of the development is currently treed. So here's a proposed concept plan for the MPS and LUB mapping amendments. If the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw mapping application is approved, the applicant does not have to develop the site as shown on the concept plan. However, the applicant would be restricted by the size and frontage of the land and by the requirements of the land use bylaw. So, as I mentioned before, they do have frontage on Church Street where they're proposing the driveway to be located, parking on the interior. They're showing 4 stacked townhouse buildings with each 8 units. They also have frontage off of Claybrook Way. Even though it looks like there's a bunch of wooded area here, it's actually owned by the province and is part of the right-of-way. They would be required to have a buffer between the existing housing on Highway 2 and the proposed development. And they also show a connection here, a walkway connection out to Church Street, and there'd probably be a connection to the site as well, because if the workers are going to work there, they're going to want to just walk to work. This is the proposed zoning map, just to show the area that is proposed to be zoned to townhouse R2T. These are some concept plans from the applicant, just to show what the stacked townhouse buildings could potentially look like. As I mentioned, we require, there are also requirements to amend the land use bylaw to allow for the stacked townhouses. So we just have, the units may have access on a public street. So this allows it to be considered in the same way that we allow for cluster townhouse developments. And also, just the frontage for the stacked townhouse is changed so that it meets the same minimum frontage requirements as the cluster townhouse developments, which is the 18 meters. Policy analysis. Staff have received comments from internal departments and external agencies. Policy IM11 of the Municipal Planning Strategy and the policy that permits council to consider the proposed amendments. East Hants Council has to determine if the proposed application is in the best interest of the municipality. Staff believe the application is in the best interest of the municipality because it supports local business by providing an opportunity for the applicant to construct affordable housing that supports their employees. The location of the site will allow employees to walk to work, and it allows the future residents of the site to walk to local amenities such as the outdoor pool, restaurant, and local convenience store. The applicant submitted a traffic impact statement prepared by WSP for the proposed development, and that has been included with the information posted for the information of PAC. The statement concludes that site-generated trips are not expected to have any significant impact to levels of performance on adjacent streets and intersections or to the regional street system. Nova Scotia Public Works commented that they have no concerns and additional information will be required at site plan approval stage. Parking will have to comply with the land use bylaw requirements of 1.5 parking stalls per dwelling unit and an additional visitor parking stall for every 7 units. Infrastructure and operations commented that capacity will be determined at time of site plan approval, and as part of the site plan approval, the applicant will have to submit detailed stormwater management plan. We have received comments from the CCRCE, and they have used their school planning software to project the number of students. So the total student yield is 28 to 45 new students. And I will mention that their information that they provided is indicated that it will not put the school over capacity or any of the schools over capacity. They also indicated that according to the bus policy, students from the proposed development attending Maple Ridge Elementary would not qualify for a bus to the elementary school because they are closer than 1.6 kilometers from the school. And I believe that there was a letter posted in regards to that to Council Chambers Online. The applicant has noted that the dwelling units are proposed to be a mixture of 1- and 2-bedroom dwelling units, and the Lance Volunteer Fire Department has not commented on the application. Fiscal impact analysis. So a fiscal impact analysis has been completed by municipal finance staff. The results of the analysis indicate that there would be an approximate annual fiscal benefit to the municipality of $27,187 a year. The fire rate coming from the development would be approximately $7,040 annually going to the Lance Volunteer Fire Department. And there's a whole breakdown here. It's also attached in the staff report. Citizen engagement, an advertisement outlining the application and indicating that it had been received and was under review by staff was placed in the Chronicle Herald in December of 2024. A public information meeting was held on February 4th. Comments from the public information meeting included concerns about parking on Church Street adjacent to the Lance Outdoor Pool. Concerns were also expressed from residents living on Highway 2 that back onto the proposed development. A questionnaire for the application was mailed to residents within 300 meters of the application site, and there were 363 questionnaires mailed and 22 responses received. The results of the questionnaires have been provided to Planning Advisory Committee members for their consideration. Citizen engagement. So in general, some of the residents have the following concerns: the impact of the traffic congestion on Church Street and Highway 2, the impact of this development and surrounding developments in Lance, including but not limited to the condition of the roads from construction, waste and construction debris, impact on sewer and water systems, construction equipment on sidewalks, etc., loss of privacy for residents living along Highway 2. There are existing sewer problems in the area, and there have been sewer backflow issues in Lance. Lack of crosswalks to get across Highway 2, concerns with parking on Church Street, Lance is losing its rural appeal, there's a lack of parks and trails in the area, would like to have a vegetative buffer maintained between the homes along Highway 2 and the proposed development. Some residents felt that the East Hants was being greedy and the municipality didn't know what it was doing. Affordability of the units are a concern, and impacts of increased population on soft services such as doctor shopping and other amenities. Citizen engagement. So some respondents are in favor of the application, and one resident indicated that Shaw Group created Lance for their employees, and this is just history repeating itself. They also indicated that the development should not be stopped. A public hearing notice will be placed in the May 7th and 14th editions of the Chronicle Herald. The notice is also posted on the municipal website and on social media. A public hearing notification letter was mailed to property owners within 300 meters of the subject property, indicating the time, date, and location of the public hearing. And so the next stage is the public hearing next week, and this council will either approve or refuse the application at that time. And the recommendation is that Planning Advisory Committee recommends the council give second reading and approve the application from the Shaw Group Limited. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Debbie. Recommendations before you. What is your wish? Councilor Perry.
I'll move the recommended motion.
Do you have a seconder?
Second.
It's been moved in second. Nobody wishing to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed with a vote of 11-1, with Councillor Garden Cole voting nay. Thank you, Debbie, for that report.
You're welcome.
Next item on the agenda is Planning 25-002, Magnolia Continuing Care Holdings, Development Agreement Amendments. Rachel, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, some background information. In September 2008, Council approved a development agreement for an existing nursing home and a 5-storey assisted living facility, which contained 50 units. A new development agreement for a 4-storey, 70-unit assisted living facility was approved by Council in March 2023, and the amended agreement was signed and entered into in March of last year. An application has been submitted by BD Stevens on behalf of the Magnolia Continuing Care Holdings Limited to amend the existing development agreement to change the number of units from 70 to 76. So you can see the property on the map down there, and yep, you can see my cursor. So this is the existing long-term care facility, and this is the subject site here outlined in red. And as you can see from this map, it's zoned R2, which is 2 dwelling unit residential. To the north of the site is the Magnolia Nursing Home, as mentioned, and there are existing residential zone properties within, adjacent to them. So there's these buildings here, and then along here. So there are some adjacent to the property boundary. The amendments to the development agreement are requested to enable an increase from 70 units to 76 units. And in addition to the increase in unit numbers, additional amendments include they want to expand the ground floor area of the building by 5.4%, which will include a kitchen and some common areas, changes to the parking lot layout and increase in parking area, and changes to the external elevation design with regards to a canopy at the front door. So the above 3 bulleted items can be dealt with as unsubstantial amendments, but the application requires a substantial amendment because they're increasing the number of units from 70 to 76. This is the approved site plan, and you see here with my cursor, this is the assisted living facility, and we had one driveway off highway number 2 and parking in between the driveway that comes in front of the building there. So this is the proposed site plan. So you can see that there are some amendments to the parking area. There is some additional parking. This area down the side here, this is very similar to what was originally, or what has originally been approved. The building has been pushed closer to the property boundary at the rear here, and I'll show you where those, so these are the nearest dwellings just behind here. And they've added a kitchen area just to the side of the building here. So that's one story, and that will link through to the nursing home, and will also provide a kitchen facility for the assisted living facility. And this is just a closer image showing the proposed developments. It's proposed at 4 stories again. And I do have some images in there, but the amended site plan now includes 92 parking spaces, of which 4 are accessible spaces. The original plan included 71 spaces. Internal movement of vehicles through the site has been amended, and so the building is closer to the property line to the rear by approximately 11 meters. So now it's proposed to be 25 meters from the northwest corner of the building and 41 meters from the southwest corner. So that's 25 meters from this corner and 41 from here, and it's closer by approximately 11 meters compared to what was approved by Council in 2023. So you can see this is the approved building, and this is the proposed amended building. So it's very similar in design between the two. The actual floor area of the proposed amendments for the 4-story building is not very there's not a huge increase. I think it's around 2,000 square feet spread out over the 4 floors. Most of the additional floor area has gone to the kitchen facilities. The main change is actually this canopy here, which extends over a part of the parking area, and it will allow vehicles to park up to the front door and be sheltered from the elements with the canopy. The property is owned 2 dwelling unit residential, and this zone allows for development agreements to be considered for institutional uses. As mentioned, there's an existing development agreement which permits 70 unit assisted living facility. So should the applicant decide to continue with the permitted building, they still have 10 months to apply for a permit and an additional 2 years to construct the building. So that development agreement is still very much in force, and they could start construction should they apply for a permit. The staff review of the application will mostly look at the impact of the changes to the development agreement, so the increase from 70 to 76 units and the alteration of the location of the building on the property, the additional parking, all of the things that have changed will be reviewed in the next, which will be the final staff report. So staff will be requesting comments from internal departments, including Nova Scotia Department of Public Works, internal East Hants Department of Infrastructure and Operations, and the local fire departments. Planning staff will comply with the policies regarding citizen engagement, so there'll be an advertisement in the Chronicle Herald. A letter and questionnaire will be mailed to property owners within 300 metres of the subject property, and a public information meeting is not required for this application. So staff are recommending that a public hearing be scheduled for the application. Any decisions to approve or refuse can be appealable to the Utility and Review Board. And you can see by the flow diagram at the bottom, we're at the initial consideration stage. So there are a number of steps to be undertaken, and then there'll be a final staff report and a public hearing, and then council will decide whether to approve or refuse. And the recommendation is initial consideration be given and authorise staff to schedule a public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rachel. Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. So the additional 6 units are for residents, clients?
The same as what's permitted now. So yes, it's for residents.
Okay.
The development agreement does actually have a clause in there that says that should they not need to use all of the units, that they can provide accommodation for staff, but that would only be if there were vacant units.
I thought that didn't go through. I thought we had discussion about that a couple of years ago, and that was not the case.
Through Mr. Chair, it was discussed and it was kept in the development agreements.
And when was that?
2023.
Okay. Secondly, if you can just go back to the site, the proposed site, there's at times quite a rushing little brook back there that winds around. So the setback from that corner closest to the pointy edge of that brook, so that'll be an adequate setback that it won't affect the brook?
Through Mr. Chair, that does, so they're proposing a 6-metre setback, and that's as per the requirements of the land use bylaw.
Okay.
So that 6 metres actually does, you can see there's a very light line just here. That shows the 6 metres setback, and it just takes you to the very edge of the garden. It's actually further from the building than 6 metres.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Warden Rolston.
Thank you. Just I've been flipping back and forth between the site plans here, and it appears to me that these changes would not impact the existing dwellings on the right. I don't see any change in distances between the parking lot and those structures.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I did do the calculations earlier today, and just give me 1 second, I will get that information for you. There's a very, very minimal distance in change. It's like 1 to 2 meters closer to the properties fronting onto Highway 2. So this will be closer by around 1-ish meter to these buildings here.
I'm more concerned with how close not only that, but the parking.
So the parking is in the same location as permitted, and the development agreement does also require them to install a fence along this property boundary and maintain existing vegetation.
So just for clarification, the building itself is a little closer. The parking lot is between the building and those properties. And is the parking lot 6 feet closer than it was?
I didn't do the math on that, but just in terms of looking at the two site plans, that it looks pretty much the same as what's been permitted. So this is the approved site plan, and you can see the distance there, and then and the vegetation, and it looks very similar on this one. But I didn't actually physically measure it, but I'm going to say it's very, very similar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, in interest of moving things along, I will move the recommended motion. The Planning Advisory Committee recommends to Council to give consideration to a substantial amendment on existing development agreement for an assisted living facility on 410 Highway 2 Enfield to enable a public hearing and authorize staff to schedule a public hearing.
Second.
So moved in second. Nobody wishing to speak, so we'll go to the vote. We have 11. We should have 12. Okay, Councilor Brewster wasn't here for the presentation. The motion is passed unanimously. Thank you, Rachel. Next item on the agenda is Planning 24-013 Central Tire Development Agreement. Leanne, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the applicant is Philip Higgs on behalf of Dennis Penner and Clinton Penner of Central Tire Limited. The property is located at 5209 Highway 215 in East Knoll. The property is zoned the rural use North RU2 zone, and it's 2.6 hectares in size, and the property is not located within a growth management or growth reserve area. So the applicant has requested to enter into a development agreement with the municipality to allow for a 20,000 square foot, 200 foot by 100 foot warehouse building on the property. And the transportation and warehousing use is permitted as a right within the highway commercial zone, and the RU2 zone permits highway commercial zone uses by development agreement. And the building is going to be used for the warehousing of materials associated with the existing business. So this is their development proposal. This is the building here located to the rear of the property and Highway 215 down here. So the Planning and Development Department have reviewed the proposed application based on the applicable policies within the municipal planning strategy. Policy AR39A of the municipal planning strategy enables any highway commercial zone uses in the rural use zone by entering into a development agreement. And council shall also consider policies IM 27, 28, and 29 when considering the development agreement, and a list of the evaluative criteria is provided in the staff report. Nova Scotia Public Works did comment on the application and indicated the existing commercial driveway is acceptable for the new building and don't anticipate a negative impact to the provincial road network. And a negative impact to the surrounding properties is also not anticipated with the application, and the application enables an existing local business to expand with limited impact on the surrounding area. And this application would be appealable to the Nova Scotia Regulatory and Appeals Board. For citizen engagement, so there was an advertisement outlining the proposal in the Chronicle Herald in March, And we did mail out a letter and questionnaire to all property owners within 300 meters. So 26 letters were mailed and 17 responses were received. All the responses except for one didn't seem to have a concern with the application, and we're happy to see new development within the community. The one response did express their disagreement and indicated that the proposed location of the building was on a wetland, and that the building would be better suited in a different location. Our records do not indicate that this property has any wetland on it. So a public hearing for the application has been scheduled for May regular meeting of council. And again, we mailed out letters to all property owners within 300 meters, letting them know the date, time, and location of the hearing, as well as advertised in the Chronicle Herald, municipal website, and social media. And so the recommendation is that the development agreement be approved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Leanne. Councilor Dixon?
Thank you, through the chair. Just a quick question. Approximately how far is the back of that building to the cliff there? I think that was one of the comments made. Do you know offhand?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the minimum setback from the back property line is a minimum of 11 meters, which I think is what they're proposing. So I'm not sure exactly where
So that's,
the cliff
so they
is.
own the boundary, so they're, still you have
There's
more land.
still
to-
property to the rear, which I believe they also own as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Warden Ralston.
Yes, I move that Planning Advisory Committee recommends to council that council give final consideration and approve entering into a development agreement for a transportation and warehousing building located on property identified as PID 451-48996, Highway 215, East Knoll.
So moved in second. Nobody wishing to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Thank you, Leanne, for that report. Next item on the agenda is outdoor events regulation, and Leanne, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in September of 2024, East Hants Municipal Council passed the following motion: move that staff conduct a review of the outdoor event regulations around hours of operation, noise, and facilities, and that this review include a jurisdictional scan of regulations in other areas. So currently, we have definitions for both large-scale and small-scale special events, and the difference is a large scale is an assembly of 1,000 persons or more at any given point, and a small scale is less than 1,000 persons at any given point. So that's the difference between the two. And for section 3.34 of the land use bylaw details the requirements for a large scale special event. So it outlines the required documentation and permits for the event. So they're required to submit a security plan to both the municipality and the RCMP, provide the hours of operation for the event, include a site plan indicating any setbacks for any structures, tents, or other temporary structures, the size of the property, parking, neighboring property uses, insurance coverage, and inspection by the municipal fire inspector. And once all that documentation has been received, then a development permit is issued by the development officer. So staff are recommending the number of persons for a large-scale special event to be reduced to 500 persons at any given time. So any event with more than 500 people would require a permit. So we're also including, this definition would not include municipal or provincial events, sports tournaments, Remembrance Day ceremonies, religious ceremonies or services, parades, and firework displays. We're also proposing to add that a large-scale special event also includes any event where there's an assembly of 200 persons or more at any given point in time during the event that is intended to be semi-private, but also accessible to the general public via ticket, admission fee, or similar, where music, noise, or sound of any kind or source, including but not limited to amplified, recorded, or computer-generated music or sounds, live music, sound, or band music is performed or played. And then also amending the definition for a small-scale special event to anything less than 500 people. Also, for amending section 3.34, there's just removing the high-risk floodplain zone from that section, and also adding that no large-scale special event shall operate between the hours of 12 a.m. and 7 a.m. The East Hants Community Standards Bylaw contains regulations on noise within the municipality. The bylaw states that no person shall cause or allow to be made any noise that unreasonably disturbs or tends to disturb the peace and tranquility of a neighborhood, including any shouting, movement, music, or activity. No owner or occupier of a premise shall cause or allow to be made any noise which originates from the premise and unreasonably disturbs the peace and tranquility of a neighborhood, including any shouting, movement, music, or activity. Residents are typically required to keep a log of noise in their neighborhood and provide that information to the municipality. The RCMP may enforce this bylaw as well if needed. So in terms of other municipalities, the West Hants municipality does have a special event bylaw, and their definition is 500 persons or more. The town of Truro has a special events policy, and they require permits for any one of the following. So an event intended to be semi-private but accessible to the public via ticket, admission fee, or similar. And then Halifax municipality requires permits for any event that's either on municipal land where there are food or drinks to be served, or if municipal services such as police, security, infrastructure are going to be required. And any event on private property would have to comply with their noise bylaw, and people can request exemptions to the noise bylaw through their municipality. Public engagement is not required for the amendments, as there's nothing proposed to be amended to the municipal planning strategy. And a public hearing is required, and that has been scheduled for the May meeting of council. And the public hearing has been advertised in the Chronicle Herald municipal website and social media. And the recommendation is that council give second reading and approve the amendments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Leanne. Deputy Warden McPhee.
Thank you, Chair. I've read and reread, or through you to staff, I've read and reread the definition of large scale and small scale, and I just can't make things work out. A large scale will be 500 or more at any given point, but a small scale is that at any point there's less than 500. A large scale event at some point will have less than 500. So doesn't that make every event a small scale event?
Through Mr. Chair, if your event is going to have more than 500 people, that's considered a large scale special event. If it's under 500, it's a small scale.
But it says that if at any given point it's less than 500 people, it's a small scale.
I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, I know, but that's the part. I understand what you're trying to say,
Yeah.
but it just seems to me there's a problem with the wording there. Because if at any point, any given point in time during the event, there's less than 500 people, it's a small scale event.
Yeah, if you're under 500 people at any given point, it's a small scale event.
Right. So most events will at some point be under 500, because when people start to arrive, there may only be 20. So at that point, there was less than 500. So isn't there a problem with the wording
Just a
or
minute.
definition?
I'll go to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess that's the existing wording in the bylaw. And if you look at the large-scale definition, it's 500 persons or more at any given point. So Maybe that could be worked on in the future to make it a little more elegant, but I think the intent is clear. If it's 500 persons or more at any given point in the event, it's a large-scale event, and that's how we would interpret
Then
it.
would possibly say that a small-scale event is one that never exceeds 500?
Yeah, that
Would be maybe a better way to word it.
A better approach, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I hate to seem like I'm picky here, but it just
Yeah.
seemed like, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Warden, good point. Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. Leanne, can you just scroll up to where you have the zones listed? Because I didn't find those in the report posted online. Because I don't see the RU2 zone. Oh, except, okay, I get you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Warden Rolston.
Thank you. I would move that Planning Advisory Committee recommends to Council that Council give second reading and approve amendments to the land use bylaw by amending the definitions of small and large-scale special events and the regulation for large-scale special events to restrict the hours of operation.
Moved in second. Nobody wishing to speak, so we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Leanne. Council, looking at the agenda, we were scheduled for a break at 3:40, but since one of the public member has to leave, we'll continue on and take our break at 3:40 if we can. Next item is the village core density increase. Debbie, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, it doesn't. Sorry about that. Apologize. So East Hants entered into the Housing Accelerator Fund agreement with CMHC on February 23rd, 2024 for $5.8 million. East Hants must fulfill 9 initiatives to receive all of the funding. Initiative 9 requires that East Hants increase the density from a maximum of 12 dwelling units permitted as of right to a maximum of 16 dwelling units as of right through site plan approval in the Village Core VC zone. In order to complete the initiative, amendments to the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw are required. Amendments will impact all Village Core zones. Village Core density increase. So the purpose of the Village Core zone, Village Core designation is to allow for a diverse mixture of retail, service, business, and residential uses in an environment serving both pedestrian and vehicle needs within an aesthetically pleasing, socially interactive streetscape serving both a local and community-wide population. Under the land use bylaw, property owners are currently permitted to construct a maximum of 12 dwelling units as of right through site plan approval. A property owner also has the option to apply for a development agreement for multiple dwelling unit uses in excess of 12 dwelling units up to a maximum of 20 dwelling units per 0.5 hectares in the Village Core zone. To keep the Village Core zone a mixed-use zone, staff recommend that the HAF requirement of permitting 16 dwelling units as right be combined with a commercial component. Commercial development is essential for the continued development of a healthy village core where residents can walk to local commercial uses. It is equally important to have land available for the continued development of commercial businesses that support the community. Planning and economic and business development staff have discussed the dwelling unit increase and recommend ensuring that a minimum 75% of the ground floor street frontage be used for commercial uses for buildings between 13 to 16 dwelling units. So for example, if you had a 3-story building, 75% of that ground floor facing frontage should be used for commercial uses. This requirement will preserve that streetscape and commercial presence, but it will allow the developer to also construct some dwelling units at the back of the building where there is no street frontage. Commercial requirements are not proposed to be applicable to existing flag lots, and we have a few of those within the village cores because our village cores are older areas where the lots were permitted to be subdivided on flag lots at one time. Proposed amendments. So in addition to allowing for an increase to the number of dwelling units, both the maximum gross floor area and the maximum building height should be increased to enable an increase in the number of dwelling units. Initially, staff recommended that the maximum gross floor area increase to 1,584 square meters from the 835 square meters it currently is. However, at the public information meeting, developers who attended indicated that the gross floor area needed to be increased to accommodate corridors and utility areas. The developers also indicated that two-bedroom units should be a minimum of 93 square meters or 1,000 square feet, between 100 and 1,000 square feet, an area to accommodate market demand. After further analysis, staff now recommend the maximum gross floor area be 1,888 square meters. To accommodate the additional dwelling units, staff recommend permitting a maximum of 3 stories without requiring the 3rd story to be constructed into the roof line. So we've done some renderings, I guess, to help PAC visualize a building size of 1,584 square meters and 1,888 square meters. So the first one here is just the 1,584, and then the second one is the 1888, so it's not too much of a difference in the building footprint. Now, I do note that the building footprint could be larger if the building was divided into 2 floors instead of 3 floors. This is based on a 3-floor area. Many of the existing lots in the village core zones are too small to accommodate the maximum gross floor areas that are being proposed in the staff's report. In some instances, developers will have to acquire multiple lots to construct the maximum gross floor area. A few developers with smaller lots may opt for smaller apartment units or micro units instead of the larger 2-bedroom apartment units. So again, the design and what's actually built will depend on what the size of the lots are that the developers have. So with a lot like this, if you're allowing for 1,888 square meters, you will also have to be able to accommodate the parking stalls for 16 dwelling units and for the commercial space. So there's a lot that depends on what size the building can be. So not every lot will have a building of this size. Proposed amendments. So changes are being proposed to the following: to the height to allow for the full 3 stories, transparency requirement, reduction of them on the 2nd and 3rd stories, commercial component not required on existing flag lots, no accommodations general uses on the ground floor subject for the new buildings. New policy added to the municipal planning strategy to enable new regulations, and a full set of proposed amendments are in staff's report. These are some samples of what the 3-story buildings with a ground floor commercial component could potentially look like. So again, just different styles of building. This is more traditional, something a little bit more modern, and this is kind of a mix. Citizen engagement. So we'll comply with the citizen engagement policies of the municipal planning strategy when processing these amendments. An advertisement outlining the proposed amendments was placed in the Chronicle Herald and on the municipal website. A public information meeting was held on April 1st. 2 developers of Village Core Zone land attended the meeting. 2 of the major concerns was the proposed maximum gross floor area being too small and the parking requirements, and the details of both of those are included in the staff report. We also have a letter from Tolson Developments concerning the proposed amendments, and that has been provided to Planning Advisory Committee members for their consideration as well. The next step in the citizen engagement process is for a public hearing to be held for the proposal. So in conclusion, the increase to the number of dwelling units in the Village Core VC Zone was a commitment that East Hants made when entering into the Housing Accelerator Fund program. The new regulations will be applicable to all Village Core VC Zones. Existing design requirements will still be applicable to all new buildings, and new commercial requirements will be added to ensure the land use pattern lends itself to providing more human-scale development that has an interesting fabric at street level. Diversity of buildings and land uses will keep the Village Core's interested in inviting to pedestrians and local commercial development. And the recommendation is that first reading be given to the proposed Village Core amendments and authorize staff to schedule a public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Debbie, for that report. Counselor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you scroll up to the image that showed the two yellow buildings?
Yep.
So the only one that's missing is the one that's currently allowed, which is the 835 meters, right?
Yes, so that's not shown here. If you want a sample within the corridor that looks similar to that, the across from Bitar's, Les Turner's buildings there, both of those are pretty close to the maximum gross floor area of what.
So just to paint a
permitted now.
picture here for you, council, 835 square meters is almost half of what that upper building is. So we're not actually comparing that building to the one at the lower one. That was the first one that we were considering. This is the next one that we're considering now. The 835 that we permit now in our village core is almost half the size of the upper building. So that's where we're starting with right now. I realize that we committed to the 16 units from 12 in order to get these funds. And that was a 25% increase, and which is a considerable increase, obviously. It didn't sound that extreme at the time, but the last time it was proposed to us, we were jumping from 835 meters to 1,584 meters, which was almost twice as much in order to get an extra 25% units, an extra 4 units. So that's what I'm looking at here. 25% more units and increasing the square footage almost twice as much, it doesn't add up. When you consider that the time, the public process that went into creating the village core that we have now, and what we wanted it to be, and you know, how it was going to, quote, lead to the desired development that we want in the village core areas, and yet this is going to be an astronomical change to what we have as far as square footage goes. So fast forward today, and we've got staff proposing to go from 835 square meters to 1,888 square meters, 120% more for 4 additional units. So we're not just doing what's required, we would be going way above and beyond what was required in order to qualify for those HAF funds. And also changing to 3 full stories instead of the 3rd story being built in to which changes the whole look of the buildings, going from village core type look buildings to just 3 full stories, which is what we've got going up in Enfield right now with those. It will be no different than those apartment building looking ones. If we're doing this in order to try and accommodate the commercial in the bottom floor, then I was one of the ones who actually wasn't opposed to that, but then I am not interested in the commercial on the bottom floor at all. If it means that we have to go 120% more footage in order to get commercial on the bottom and come up with this, like, there's no way that this is what we were, certainly not what I was thinking of when I said 4 more units to get all these funds to help us with our infrastructure. And now we've gone this direction that is just totally different than it has to be in order to qualify, in order to meet the initiative number 9 that we're trying to do. And I'll hear what other councilors have to say about it.
Thank you, Counselor. Warden Rolls.
Thank you. Well, I'll start with my original question, which was just to clarify, should we go in this direction, but what about parking?
Through Mr. Chair, the parking requirements remain. We haven't made any proposed changes to those. Those are still under the general provisions and they're not being proposed to be amended at this time.
And the 75% ground floor commercial, is that a decrease from what's required now, or is it the same?
Through you, Mr. Chair, right now, all the building has to be is commercial capable, which means it has to have that ground floor entrance. It has to have the transparency on the ground
100%
floor.
or 75%?
Right now, there's no requirement for commercial. It just has to,
How much of the ground floor has to be commercial ready?
100%, sorry.
So in reality, it is a reduction of possible commercial tenancy of 25%.
Through you, Mr. Chair, not really, because this time we're requiring the commercial to actually be built. So instead of being commercial capable, where they could have a residential unit in that commercial capable space, they have to actually have that commercial component.
But there will be no option for 100% commercial on the ground floor under this scenario.
Through this scenario, no, that's not what the proposal is at this point in time.
Well, no developer's gonna build more than they have to of commercial. So, okay, that was my initial concerns, but having listened to Councillor Garden Cole, and I'm in full support of doing what we said we'd do to get the HAF funding. But it does make me take pause when I look and say, that's when I looked and said, oh, 1584 to 1888, that's not that bad. But then when I realize it's not going from 1584 to 1888, it's going from, it's over double. It's well over, like she said, 120%. To get 4 more units, when you are also reducing the requirement for commercial ready or commercial space, whatever you want to call it. You're reducing that and allowing 25% of the bottom floor to be used for housing. Well, that should create 1 or 2, I would think at least, depending on the size. And I just fail to see why we need it to be that much larger to create 4 more units. I'm really, having listened to Councillor Garden Cole, I'm struggling with that myself.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we so that number came from what was recommended by well, not recommended, but what we had discussions with over the corridor requirements, utility room requirements, and the fact that 1,000 square feet was what tenants were looking for. We've also done calculations, if Planning Advisory Committee is interested, for 900 square foot apartments and 800 square foot apartments and 600 square foot apartments, if you'd like to know what the square footage is. So if you're looking at 1,600 square foot apartments with about 600 square foot apartments with commercial space on the ground floor, you're probably looking at an overall area divided over 3 floors of 1,280 square meters. If you're looking at 800 square foot apartments with 400 meters of commercial square space, that would be 1,584 square meters, and then 900 square foot apartments with the commercial space as well would be 1,744 square meters, and then again, all of these are divided by 3 floors, and then the upper limit at 1,000 square feet per apartment was about 1,888 square meters.
Well, if I could, there would be nothing to stop a developer from, maybe it wouldn't be feasible, I'm not a developer, but there would be nothing, if a developer wanted to offer some larger 1,000 square foot units, they could offer some on 1 floor maybe, and perhaps offer some smaller units on another floor to get us back to something that is not such an amazingly huge change from what we have now. I tend to be in agreement with Councillor Garden Cole. I want to do what we promised to do to get the HAF funding, but I don't believe in throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And I don't think every apartment in every village core of it is of a sufficient size lot. I don't think we have to make room for every apartment to be 1,000 square feet, because that's a pretty sizable apartment. And I believe that there are market demands for apartments of all sizes. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Councilor Musa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Debbie, you said if someone wants to build something like that, they have to acquire, like the smaller lot, they have to acquire more than 1 property to be able to accomplish that, right?
It depends on the size of the village core zoned lot. I mean, right now, a lot of the lots are quite small, especially in Elmsdale here. And so in order to build a building that's of that size, then the lot, you may have to buy an adjacent lot or just build a smaller building in order to get both the building on there and your parking requirements on there.
So you have any idea how much roughly the lot have to be able to allow something like that on it, like with the commercial at the bottom and the parking and stuff like that?
Not off the top of my head, I'm sorry. And it really depends on the commercial use. For example, if it's the doctor's office, it's lower than a retail space or lower than a restaurant. So it does depend on the commercial use that's
Oh, it
proposed.
depends, so to the requirement, is it, so the builder have to apply for development agreement to do that, or as of right?
No, through, you, Mr. Chair, would be as of right through site plan approval, yeah.
So as of right, we have our set, could we ask for more parking if it was a restaurant at the bottom, or?
Through, Mr. Chair, right now through site plan approval, we have a certain number of parking stalls that's just required for a restaurant. I can look them up if
okay.
you want me to, but.
No,
Okay.
I just didn't know that we could ask for more, like, before the occupancy permit, right?
Through Mr. So it's at the time of somebody applies for their site plan approval, they would have to show that they have enough parking on site for whatever uses that they're proposing in that building. Or change of use, or if there's a change of use. For example, if you have a building that goes up and you have, I don't know, a retail space that goes to a restaurant, then they would have to make sure that they have enough parking to accommodate that restaurant use.
Okay, my second question is about our bylaw right now, like our zoning now. If you have commercial ready, do you have to have enough parking for commercial too, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So if it's commercial capable and you currently have residential on the ground floor and you want to change it to commercial, whatever that change of use is, you'd have to show that you'd have enough commercial parking on site to allow for that to occur.
Yeah, but you don't have to have it, if you want it for residential, you don't have to have the parking for commercial, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not under the current regulations, no.
No. So that's where I don't agree, like Councilor Garden Cole, with the commercial part of it, because it's redundant. Like it's not I don't know the word, but it's not feasible to do it, because first to put 75% of commercial floor, you're gonna need a much bigger lot. And if you have a big lot, you could subdivide it in 2 or 3 and do all residential with our bylaw right now. So are we changing our bylaw with the commercial ready now? Like it's gonna be gone?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, there will be that option to do 8 to 12 units with commercial capable component.
Yeah.
We haven't proposed to remove that. That would still be there.
So in my opinion, I don't know, I'm not the developer also, but I think by subdividing the lot, the big lot, into smaller lots, you could achieve more than what we are offering now with the commercial, because of the parking spots, if you want to do all residential. So I don't know. I don't know why the commercial component, it's making the lot bigger and everything larger. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Marion.
Thank you through the chair to staff. Question for you about, I guess, some of the justification of, or the rationale of getting to the point of the larger floor size. I was at the public information meeting, and I could be misremembering, but I seem to remember what was coming up was in the current economic climate, a desire for 2 bedrooms of a good size, and in part because of, and this got me thinking, and I hope I remembered this correctly, that there is some degree of sharing of accommodation now, which we might not readily think of, and if you one bedroom is hard for, 2 could be 2 friends to share, so you need a 2-bedroom, and then you need a 2-bedroom that is, a sufficient size and marketable. So am I remembering that correctly? And is that part of the justification for getting to this larger point?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct, that the developers who attended said that it was market demand for the larger apartment units because of the economic situations of the, especially younger people these days that find themselves in. And also we've been having feedback, not just from the developers that attended the public information meeting, but from a lot of developers that the current size of apartment buildings that we have don't allow for, like, the apartments have to be really small in them and they can barely fit 8 units into them. So that was another justification that maybe our current standard is too small, and that in order to allow for more than 8 units, that we need to increase that size. So, I mean, as Councillor said, you could do different size apartments. You don't have to do one apartment size the whole time. You could do a mixture of 1-bedroom bachelor apartments and 2-bedroom, but it was the market demand and feedback from developers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, telling me or saying that because a couple of developers came to an information meeting and said this is how they'd like it to be or this is how the market is, doesn't really hold weight for the fact that we should make such a huge change to our village core zoning. I mean, when I think of this, there is so much availability either on the cusp of being available or in the works down the road, just up from say in District 1, up from the village core. There's lots of apartments being built, lots of apartments in the queue. So village core is different, and we made it different. You know, it's a little more like in the village. That's why it's called village core. So to make it 3 full stories and with a great big footprint, it's no different than what is up in the MUC zoning. It's no different. So I can't imagine why we would be shifting it that way when it isn't necessary. 25% more units, if you equate that to footage, that would be 1,113 square feet. So technically, 835 square meters would equal 1,113 meters if you were adding 25% more footage on. Now, I know it's not as simple as that, but, you know, some people can only afford small 1-bedroom apartments, and lots of times those aren't available to them because they're just not available in the new apartment buildings. So some people would like bigger apartment buildings, but, you know, it's village core, and we have to remember why we set it up the way we did and not sell it out for HAF funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Warden McPhee.
Thank you, Chair. Since everybody else has asked everything that I was going to ask except for this one thing, I'd just like a clarification on and I did have it up on the screen here, but it's gone, the thinking of the restrictions on glass, that it can't be tinted or textured or whatever. What was the thinking behind that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So that's something that's been in our regulations all along. And basically the reason why you don't want it tinted or whatnot is because you want, for a commercial street, you want that visual transparency. You want it to feel welcoming and walk along the frontage. So if you have tinted glass, if you have glass that has like that reflective tape on it and stuff like that, it doesn't give you that human scaled, that welcoming feeling along that ground floor. It's the concept of eyes on the street so that there's some interaction with the buildings and what's on the street. There's a research that's been done all along talking about how if you have blank walls and a pedestrian was walk by, they feel more uncomfortable. They tend to walk faster along those blank walls. So it's just, again, to activate the street and to make it more welcoming for both pedestrians and
vehicles. I
yeah.
suppose it'd be like just having a solid brick wall almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. When looking through the village core here in the serviced area, how many lots would currently be available to have something like this go on? Because as Councillor Garden Cole pointed out, a lot of development's already happened or is in the process of happening.
Yes.
So how many lots or how many areas would this actually possibly impact.
Through Mr. Chair, all of our village cores would have some lots that could do this. As for how many off the top of my head, I would have to go and do a rough calculation. I will just make a note, just if you're looking at the footprint of a building, so in the mixed-use center zone, which is down in Enfield there, the ground area, the maximum ground area is 1,250 square meters. So just to give you context, that's a fairly large ground floor area, whereas that's just one floor, whereas what's being proposed would be over 3 floors. I mean, it could potentially go to 2 floors, but you wouldn't have a full 3 stories at that amount, because that would be over the amount of space. If you want us to do calculations over how many lots that are currently there.
I don't want to cause you any more work. I was just wondering if you had an idea, because I would guess there's not a lot of space left to put a lot of these buildings down there without acquiring other properties.
Additional land, yeah.
Additional land to do it. So it's not, that's one of the things I was looking at. The other thing is, when you talk about 1,000 square foot, it is not a big apartment at all. Most of the apartments you see.
No.
No. 1,000 square feet is not a big apartment. When you look at most of the apartments that are 2-bedroom or 2-bedroom and a den, you're looking at 1,250, 1,300. That's happening in most of these apartment buildings. I'll use an example. If anybody's ever been at Baker Drive in Dartmouth, all those buildings that go up there are over 1,200 square feet for a 2-bedroom apartment. And I know that because my mother lives in one, right? And when you're looking at a lot of those, it's a master suite with an ensuite and then another bedroom with a main bathroom in the common area. I can see why they are becoming more popular, especially, I know currently there are sometimes 2 couples that come together and are renting these 2-bedroom apartments to be able to afford bills and everything. So 1,000 square feet is not that big of a, for a 2-bedroom when you're looking at somebody who's making a long-term, normally investment now in these type of things. Now with this, I'm looking at the report here, and I see like the financial impact statement, where there's a progress report required for 2026 and 2027 to receive the second half of the funding. If this was not to go forward, what impact would it have? Would it stop all the funding from coming, the remaining funding coming forward?
Through Mr. Chair, Planning Advisory Committee Council has a variety of options. If they're not satisfied with the area, they could request staff go back and come up with a new area. And then base that and still allow for the 16 units. The alternative is if you don't decide not to go up to 16 units, then yes, that would impact your funding, but you don't have to take staff's recommendation. I mean, if you wanted a smaller footprint to have an apartment unit that was a maximum of 800 or 900 square feet, you could look at that as well.
So, because that's what I was looking at, because, it's basically going to impact half the funding. And my next question, I don't know which staff member this would go to. Out of the received funds already, how much has been invested in upgrades to the services within this area of the village core?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can call just a few off the top of my head. So the Enfield area, Village Core, has had improvements in the crosswalk that was put in place. I believe the parking area in Shubenacadie for Village Core parking, and the street lights, were they in the Village Core in Mount Uniacke?
No.
No, okay. And am I missing any?
Well, the half projects that you've got listed here for spending is the lift station upgrade, Highway 277. And I can't tell you where all these are at, what's been spent so far in relation to the $50, but there's also the crosswalk Highway 2, traffic calming digital speed signs, traffic calming speed table, Kiln Creek Central Park, Mount Uniacke streetlights, 300,000 has been allocated to that. East Uniacke Playground, land secondary planning strategy, Shubenacadie parking lot, transit implementation, traffic signaling, and UNIAC groundwater study and water utility studies. I don't know the number of what dollars of the half has been spent. I would suggest it's, to this point, it's pretty minimal based on all those projects.
Because
that
I
we've
was just
listed and
wondering
talked
how
about.
much of the money we have already spent and what money we've allocated. Because, you know, we could be taking money and projects off the table, which, you know, is absolutely fine if that's what has to be done. But I just want to get a picture of what we've already spent and where we're at financially with things. That's something that, you know, would be concerning to me, and information. I'd like to kind of have a little rough idea. You gave me a good list there, Wayne, about all the projects and things that are going on and things like that.
So I can add that all of those dollars those projects that I just talked about, the amount that council has allocated to date is 4.7 million of the total 5.4 million.
So we've already allocated
Or
more.
sorry, 5.885.
So we've allocated more funds than we're eligible to receive right now. Because according to this, 2.94 million is still outstanding out of that 5, because we've only received half. We've only met half the threshold according to the staff report.
So you, Mr. Chair, they've allocated, but that hasn't been spent yet.
Hasn't been spent yet. No, I'm just so people know, like, you know, we've allocated more funds than what we've received and what we can fund right now. So these are all things that, you know, considerations have to go, like, you know, when we're talking about lift station upgrades and a lot of other stuff, you know, that benefits a large section of the population. And those things are essential for any growth and the well-being of our residents. So I'm a little torn in some ways looking at this, because I understand the concerns about the size of the building. I just, you know, without knowing exactly what land is left, without somebody acquiring way more land to make it happen, the probability of these popping up is kind of what I'm kind of like looking at right now. Like, what's the probability of one of these being built in the next year, or an application coming in based upon the available land left in the serviceable village core? Because to build something that size in the on-serviced area, you would need way more land, and that is just not available in any of the village cores outside the serviced area. So, thank you.
Thank you, staff and councilor. I'm going to give the CAO a chance to weigh in.
So councillors, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The half funding is part of this equation for sure. When you agreed to enter into the half program, the choice you had on the table was do 4 units everywhere, so in all your rural or your R1 subdivisions, and on any lot, and that's what most people had to enter into, or to look at your village core to go from 12 to 16 as of right to prevent the need for that development agreement. The commercial component to this recommendation came from sort of looking out that 10 to 20 years on what your village cores were going to look like. And if you continue along the way that you have now, what you're going to have is a whole village core full of 3-unit apartment buildings that are commercial ready on the bottom, that will likely, I can't imagine, ever see the light of day as a commercial unit, all built into hip roofs, because you had to incorporate that 3rd floor into your roof. And typically they've started to become these hip roof buildings. And that is what your village cores are going to look like. If that's okay, that's okay. But you're not going to have anywhere for your people to go and buy services, shop for goods, that type of thing in your village cores. You do have some developers who are building commercial, and that's great. But overall, when you look at that village core, what we're seeing is you're going to have a bunch of small apartment buildings. And is that what your village core wants to look like? This recommendation is coming from a place where we don't think you do want that to be what your village cores look like. If it is, then that's fine. We can go back and bring you more recommendations on how to get from 12 to 16 without that commercial component being a requirement. We can do that. I would do that before I would throw the whole thing out and just say to the half fund, we're not gonna, we're not gonna play ball, we're not gonna make those changes. My recommendation would be that before just saying, no, next time Debbie reports to the feds, we're just gonna say we're not doing it. That would be a report worth bringing back, I think. That is the reason it's here. I don't want, in consultation with our business development folks, with our long-term vision of what a village core should look like. There's some great examples on slide 9 of the report on what these things can look like. I've been on tours at FCM of sort of the same type of developments that have those 3 stories set in that commercial setting with the residential on top, and if they're done right, it creates a beautiful streetscape in your village core. So I think that was the intent of what we were trying to do. We weren't trying to change the world and what your world looks like. If it's too much, it's too much. We did listen to developers and increase that size because they are also part of our consultation group. They are a key part of this equation. So our rules have to make sense, not only for the folks who have to drive through these village cores, but also for the people who are going to invest in them, and that is the development community. So I just wanted to sort of answer some of the half stuff and then the why this is here and that vision that we were assuming you wanted to create for your village cores. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. I'll go to the director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a little more context. So the 1584 is what staff came up with in consultation with EBD and looking at adding 4 units, keeping the commercial, and also having heard from developers in the past that, to do 8 units is even tight. Then when we went to the public information meeting, staff thought that there was a pretty compelling argument made by some of the development community that was there about what they would be able to do within that 1584 and, making it even bigger. And we get that is a fair bit bigger than the current requirement. Would enable them to provide more affordable housing and again, for people sharing and also to accommodate families that need more than 1 bedroom and so on. So that's where the 1888 came from. And, I guess in my planning opinion, it's still not a massive building. These aren't huge buildings like, you would think of larger apartment buildings or mixed use buildings. I think they're still, at the larger end, but still within the, what we were trying to achieve with the village core, that this is a, again, 3-story buildings aren't huge in my opinion. You can still build a 3-story house anywhere in East Hants, or 2.5 stories. So that's where it came from. And, if you want to revert to the 1584, that's fine too. It'll work for some developers. Some maybe, have some more challenges, but that's certainly an option in front of you. Or if you want to, again, as CAO said, send us back to come up with even more options, we can do that. But, I think, again, staff are recommending the 1888. But if you want to revert to the 1584 or something else, we're happy to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Warden Olson.
Thank you. Well, lots of good discussion. A couple of comments. I've toured some of these same places the CAO has toured, and I'll just say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And I'll leave it at that. But the current village core that's being developed, can you tell me what the average square footage of the apartments are that are being developed now?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I thought maybe Leanne was still here. I'm not quite sure, I don't,
It's at the maximum.
Yeah, it's at the-
West Turner's building. is
Yeah.
kind of max.
I'm not quite sure off the top of my head, I apologize.
I mean, that plays into it for me because I don't think there are any empty apartments sitting around that can't be rented. So I certainly respect that the development community want to build the most rentable apartments that they can rent at the highest rents possible they can collect. And when I hear them say it'll allow more affordable housing, because these apartments might be big enough for two families to live in them instead of one, well, I'm sorry, I don't buy into that. That's not what any families aspire to do. It's a last-ditch thing to get housing or whatever, but it's not a permanent solution. So I just see that I'd really like to know, what we're going from, what the current square footage in apartments are that we would be going to. And I think there would be an increase if we just went to the 800 square feet or whatever. It's still allowing larger apartments. And as I said before, there's no condition tying developers to do all. They just want to do the bigger ones. They don't have to do all the bigger ones. And many times, folks who are living in apartments are either A, just starting out, B, young couples with young families trying to get ahead and save up a down payment to buy a home, or professional couples, maybe with no children, or perhaps retired folks. I know a lot of retired folks like to sell their homes for some reason and move into an apartment. And I don't dispute that. But I do think, and no one is suggesting that we throw out the half funding or that we don't meet the requirement under the half funding. But for me, we're absolutely meeting the requirement of the half funding if we revert to the 1584 square meters. We're meeting that. We're allowing developers a significant increase. We're allowing them 4 units plus an increase in the square footage of the apartments over what they're building now, I assume, without having the exact measurements. And we're also reducing the commercial ready space that has to be built to 75% than 100% of this. So, and I know it has to be commercial, not just commercial ready, but, I agree that we want our village cores the reason we created the village core zone was to maintain the village and the community appeal of those village cores while promoting various types of accommodation and businesses in those areas. And I don't know how many developers were at the PIM that advocated to go larger than 1584, but we have to balance the wants of the development community, and they're very important because they develop in our municipality. But we have to balance that with the needs and the desires of the people who live in our communities. So, this discussion could go on for hours and hours, but I'm going to try something here. There's no motion on the floor, so I'm going to move that the maximum gross floor area referenced in the report revert to 1,584 meters square.
Just moved in second. Thank you, Warden. On before the motion. Councilor Garden-Cool.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, when you talk about what makes sense for developers and for the business, obviously the most important component is what makes sense for our residents who live in the area. And while 3-story apartment buildings may not seem big to certain people, they definitely seem big to the little house next door to them. I reside in a 1,200 or 1,300 square foot bungalow. So the fact that people need to have 11 or 12 or 1,300 square foot apartments, I don't know. That's just that's just something that they might want and pay more money for. I just feel like we need to And in no way was this an intention to say that we should stop. It was already agreed. We already agreed to the fact, council did, that we were going to go with 16 units. This is not about that. It's about going way above and beyond the necessity. And I have also an amendment to that motion. And I do that now?
You moved the motion. You can move an amendment.
Okay, so I amend that as, in addition to the motion that's on the floor, that you keep the third story being built into the roof, as that is what our village core was set up to be. Thank you.
Does it have a seconder?
Not yet.
Gets moved in second on the amendment. Councilor Moose, anything new that you want to talk about the amendment or the original or something different? I know that. Okay,
So.
go ahead.
For the amendment, is it feasible to put, with a pitch roof, to put 16 units on this size of building?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So when you talk about being built in the roof, you could do it on any size of building. I mean, it's just a mansard roof or a gamble roof or one of those where it's actually built into the roof line. It just depends on the developer, what kind of roof they want to build it into, but
So
you can do it in a
it's
variety of different
I
circumstances.
just want to know
Yeah.
if it's feasible to do it or not, like it's, can be done?
Yeah.
Because it won't take, it won't take from the space?
So you, Mr. Chair, no, it's, so when you talk about being built into the roof line, it's like the brick building, apartment buildings down there where there's a mansard roof, and it's built into the roof line. I don't think we have any other
So-
type of roof styles that are being built right now, do we, John?
I know exactly how it looked like.
Yeah.
But is that possible that the third floor and second floor have same square footage area?
So you, Mr. Chair, there could be a smaller.
It's
like
have to
the
be
squ-
smaller, the top one.
The floor area could be the same, but if it's built into the roof line, it probably slopes up or something like that, possibly. Yeah.
Okay, that's toward the amendment. If you want, I can speak after the amendment if you want.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Tingley?
Through the chair, so I take it we're looking at going to 1584 square meters instead of 1888 square meters. Now, listening to the CAO's talk there about looking out to 20 years in the future, I'm thinking that the proposal that's there by staff now does work. Our business development people looked at this, planning's looked at it. I've gone on the same tours, and I know beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I don't look at it as beauty, but I've gone to some of these FCM conferences and looked at these developments. They look fine to me. They look better than the 3 stories that are built into the third story built into the roof. I'd be happy to support the 1888 square meters. I'm not hung up on the size of the building as much as some other councillors. I accept that they have a different view of it, but just listening to what the CAO said and what staff recommended, I think they're recommending something good, and we're just not wanting us to accept it, and we're looking at ways to cut it back, and this building into the roof, the third story, I don't feel good about that. So I'm not going to support the motion. I'd be prepared to go with the motion that's recommended by staff. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Ward McPhee, you're on before the motions and the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say, speaking to the motion, just to give some context, I live in a 950 square foot 2-bedroom, 2-story house. I'm not swimming in room. I wouldn't mind it being bigger. And I can understand Councillor Perry's mother lives in a 1,200 square foot apartment. That's the size of my garage. I often think, I wish I could live in my garage and park my cars in my house. I can't do that. So anyway, 1,000 square foot apartment is not a big apartment. And most people would want at least that size, I think. I can understand the developers saying that's easier to rent as a 2-bedroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Councillor Perry?
Speaking in not support of either motion, because one of the things, when you have a bigger unit, it is more accessible. The smaller an apartment is, the least accessible it is for anybody that has mobility issues, for anybody that is hauling a tank, an oxygen tank, or anything like that. The reason why these bigger units are so attractive to seniors is because it allows them to move a little more freely within their confines. A lot of the times, as I'll use Councillor McPhee, if he doesn't mind for an example, they're moving out of a 940 square foot home because they can't move around very freely. They want to move to a bigger apartment to have more room. I just looked here and I see 2 different apartment buildings for rent currently here in the corridor area, and one has it built into the roof and one doesn't. And aesthetically, again, it is in the eye of the beholder, but I think the ones that have the flat roofs that are a lot more glass and modern looking are more appealable to not just myself, but a lot of the people who would probably want to move into these things. The younger generation likes that clean industrial look. You can see it in every new business that opens up. It seems to be that clean line look, and that's where people want to frequent. I do believe the commercial component of this is essential. So for that, I will not be supporting the amendment or the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moose, you're next. Do you want to wait after the vote, or? Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, like, the HAF, whatever it is, ask us for 16 units in the corridor and the village core. They didn't ask us for the commercial component, like to have a commercial. So if you take out of the 1888, and if you take 75% of the bottom floors, that's 500 square meter gone for commercial. So we didn't add like 120%. We only added like, but you gotta take the 500 commercials that we're gonna force them to have it. Like, I know they would love to have it if they have room on their lot. But if they don't have room on their lot, they're not gonna be able to do anything. Like, they're not gonna be able to achieve the 1588 or the 75% commercial. So they're gonna go with the other way. And I'm totally in support of the staff motion, because the 500 square foot commercial is what we want in our commercial, in our village core area. Like, it's not what the developer want. We want that. We're asking them, we're forcing them to put that. So that 500 should be taken off the equation. So we're moving from 880 to 1,300 and some. And if you take the space that the steps and the stairs and the corridors and all the amenity that needed in that apartment, like where you're not adding anything. And if you don't give it that big, it's not gonna happen. Thank you.
Go ahead, Debbie.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just for clarification, when we talk about the 75% ground floor street facing frontage, it's kind of difficult. So when we talk to EBD, instead of saying that 75% of the ground floor area had to be commercial, we said 75% of the ground floor facing frontage. So the actual area of the frontage can change based on how much commercial they want to provide in the actual square footage of the ground floor. So, for example, this shows approximately 75% commercial street-facing frontage. But if that only goes back, I don't know, 10 meters and of a 30-meter building, depth building, then they could have more in the back. So that's, I just wanted to clarify that that's the way that it was worded, and that was based on a discussion with EBD staff, because we didn't want to make it too onerous to have the commercial space in case they did a larger footprint on the ground floor and then it was hard to rent. I just want for clarification.
I
Yeah,
was on
sorry
that.
about that.
So it's not 75% of the first floor, is,
75% of the ground floor street facing frontage. So of the building, you see it on the street, 75% of that frontage has to be commercial space. The other 25% could be anything else. But that commercial space, we're not saying how deep it has to be or the maximum area or the minimum area it has to be. Really is based on the proposed
that-
use.
That changed everything to me then, because I thought 75% of the bottom floor have to be commercial.
To Mr. No, it was, as I said, when we spoke to EBD, it was based on the fact that we hear a lot sometimes that that back portion of the property, if it's of the building, can be hard to rent out. And I'm not quite sure Graham is here, I believe, and I don't know if he wants to talk to it or not, but I mean, we can change that too, if that's the direction of the council and committee, that's fine.
Is that all, Counselor?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll give you some leeway, Graham, at the podium. Go ahead.
Sorry, just, excuse me, through you, Mr. Chair, just jumping in on some of the comments there. So the 75% frontage allows a flexibility within the building footprint without being overly prescriptive in terms of telling the developer how much of that ground floor space they can actually or need to use for the commercial component. One of the things that I was picking up on, though, is around the 1584 and the sort of the need to go larger. The reason that you need to go larger at that point is that essentially you can't accommodate the 16 units, ground floor commercial, and your common areas within that 1584. So it just isn't feasible without going to a unit that's so small that it's unrentable, essentially. That was the challenge that we heard from the developers. And then Debbie was able to sort of validate that through some further analysis. So in order to conserve the village core, like the community's look and feel, what we interpret council wanting there, the mix of commercial and residential, it requires both the street frontage component of the commercial while also accommodating, I guess in this case, the half requirement for the 16 units. So that was the sort of rationale, I think, behind the increase into that increased square footage. But I did just want to point out that it becomes very challenging at the lower amount to actually reach that 16 unit, which then would encourage a developer to actually go and stay without a commercial component at all and stay at the smaller unit count to accommodate their building. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Warden Rolson, anything new that?
Yes, thank you. Well, with all due respect, I don't accept that, because staff gave us the readouts of the sizes of apartments and what space would be needed to accommodate them. And I'm sure that the apartments, the 12 units that are being built now within the 835 square units, have hallways and all that stuff. So I don't believe that we need to increase that drastically to make enough more hallways and common areas or whatever for more apartments. If we move all the apartments to 1,000 square feet, possibly. But I don't think that's necessary to do, and I don't think when we agreed to that for the half funding that that was our intent, to change radically the types of apartments that would be available. But I digress. To the amendment that is on the floor, which we are discussing, is to maintain the current regulation re the type of roof. That's a simple thing. You either support retaining the current requirements for the roof or you don't. I'm going to support it because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think it looks quite nice. Doesn't upset me in the least. And it does not restrict a developer in what he can build inside that. So speaking to the amendment, I'm going to support the amendment.
Thank you, Warden. Nobody left on the queue to speak. We're voting on the amendment first, and then we'll go to the motion. Everybody understands the amendment? And we have 6 for and 6 against on the amendment. 4, Councilor Merriman, Councilor Hebb, Councilor Rhino, Councilor Public Member Balcom, Councilor Garden Cole, and the Warden. Speaking against the amendment, Deputy Warden McPhee, Councilor Dixon, myself, Councilor Musa, and Councilor Perry, and Councilor Tingley.
So in case of a tie.
In case of a tie, the amendment has been defeated. Now we're voting on the original motion, and if we could get that repeated, staff.
The maximum gross floor area referenced in the report revert back to 1584 square meters.
Everybody understands that? We'll go to the vote. And the motion has been defeated with a vote of 7-5, with Deputy Warden McPhee, Councilor Dixon, myself, Councilor Hebb, Councilor Musa, Councilor Perry, and Councilor Tingley voting nay. The original motion's on the screen. What is your wish? Councilor Tingley.
Through the chair, I'm going to recommend, Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council give first reading to the proposal to amend the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw to increase the density of the village core designation and zone for the purpose of enabling a public hearing, and authorize staff to schedule a public hearing.
It's moved in second. Warden Rolston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking against the motion simply as a matter of principle for me, I think that we could have accommodated what we promised to do to get the half funding without making a change as large as this. The suggestions that I brought forward were not acceptable. I still to council, and I certainly will live with whatever council decides, but I do feel that there were probably other alternatives that could have met the half funding and might have been more comfortable for more councillors. I would caution that, losing something by a tie vote does not demonstrate a clear majority on things, and at any given time could go a different direction altogether. So anyway, those are my comments, and I do support meeting the half funding, absolutely, but I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Nobody left to speak. We'll go to the vote on the motion that's on the screen. And the motion is passed with a vote of 8-4 with Councilor Rhino, Public Member Balcom, Councilor Garden Cole, and Warden voting nay. Thank you, Debbie, for that report. We're past the hour of break, councilors, so we'll take a a break to 4:40, which is 13 minutes.
Well, we were scheduled for a snack break at 10 to 5, so we're just gonna come back and go right back out again.
Well, I got some wiggling to go, so as much as I'd like to sit, I, I'd like to call Planning Advisory Committee back after a break. We're at item number 27, non-farm dwellings. And Director Woodford, you can begin when you're ready.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is your second report on this issue. There was a motion passed at your February council directing staff to review this issue, and the issue is non-farm dwellings right now are restricted. We treat them as non-conforming uses, which means they can only expand by up to 25%. And we've had some frustration from more than one, but there was one in particular landowner that I think led to this motion. But we've heard from others over the last few years, so staff are proposing a change that would basically deal with the issue in its entirety. So there are a set of amendments that staff have prepared, which would now treat existing non-farm dwellings as lawfully existing uses, which means that they would have all the right they would have as if it was in a zone that permitted it, R1 or R2 zone, for example. And so they could expand by more than 25%, add accessory dwelling unit, and so on. And in reviewing policy, staff determined that the amendments are consistent with the spirit and intent of your MPS policies, particularly with respect to the agricultural reserve designation. You're not taking away any agricultural reserve zoning. You're not adding new non-farm uses. You're just allowing those that are already there some more rights. The Ag Advisory Committee, their mandate is to review anything related to agricultural land, and we were directed to direct this issue to that committee, and they did meet on April 8th. And after a relatively short meeting, the committee did pass a motion in support of the changes. And the notes from that meeting were appended with the staff report. In terms of citizen engagement, there's not much really, because there's no questionnaire to residents, there's no direct mail out, because it's a general text amendment. However, we are using the Chronicle Herald, the municipal website, and social media regarding notification for the public hearing. And so again, we've evaluated the amendments using all relevant policies in the MPS and determined that they're in keeping with the spirit and intent, and are recommending in favor of the changes. Council's decision would be appealable in this case to the what it's now called the Nova Scotia Regulatory and Appeals Board, because it does not involve an amendment to the MPS. It's just a land use bylaw amendment. So, depending on the results of council's decision, it could be appealed. The recommendation is that PAC recommend that council give second reading to the amendments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, John. Warden Rolston.
Thank you. I tried to wait a second in case anybody had any questions. I'm going to move that Planning Advisory Committee recommend to council that council give second reading to amendments to the land use bylaw that make existing non-farm dwellings within the agricultural reserve zone lawfully existing uses.
Move to second. The motion on the screen. Anybody wish to speak? We're going to vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Thank you, John, for that report. Last item under planning advisory is the municipal government act changes. John, you can begin when you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is your second report on this issue. And the background is that there were a number of amendments made to the MGA last year. There are three that we focus in on this report that enable us to do things a little bit differently. The first change had to do with notification. So it now allows you to not use a newspaper. However, in the meeting last month, council decided to continue to use the Chronicle Herald while also enabling the use of municipal websites, social media, and locally circulated print media. So there is an amendment to that effect that just adds at it, but it does not remove the requirement to use the newspaper as well. The second change had to do with non-substantive amendments to development agreements. So the MGA now allows development agreement amendments to be approved by the development officer rather than council. And staff are proposing that the DO be given the authority to approve non-substantive amendments to development agreements where they are defined in existing and future development agreements. So we've developed a policy that would provide some guidance to the development officer. So essentially, any amendment that they would approve would have to already be identified as a non-substantive amendment in the DA. It would the proposed amendment would obviously have to be in keeping with the development agreement, the municipal planning strategy, and all other municipal bylaws, as well as all federal and provincial regulations. Kind of standard thing that the kind of standard report we would prepare to bring to council to do an amendment would what we would be doing in the background anyway. And the third change would be to enable the CAO to discharge development agreements. So there is that's a new change in the MPS as well. So there is a policy that's been developed to that, and it essentially requires the CAO to consult with planning staff, again, kind of that background report that you would do before discharging any development agreements. There are a number of other changes. I don't know if we need to go through them again today, but there are no other changes proposed by staff at this time. Some things are just clerical issues that don't need council action. Some things are things we're suggesting to look at in the next plan review, and some things we're proposing not to use at all, some of the new changes. So in terms of engagement, amendments to the MPS would normally require a public information meeting unless they're housekeeping in nature, and it is our opinion that these are housekeeping changes. So staff did not propose to hold a PIM. A public hearing was authorized by council in April, and again, being advertised in the Herald social media and the municipal website. And council's decision on the proposal would not be appealable in this case because it's a change to the municipal planning strategy. So the recommendation is that second reading be given to amendments to the MPS that would continue the use of the Herald for planning applications, public hearings, but also enable the use of community print media where available, authorize the development officer to approve non-substantive amendments to development agreements, and authorize the CAO to discharge development agreements. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, John. Councilor Rhino?
Through you to staff, what would be some examples of non-substantive?
They might be where you can make a slight change to landscaping, or sometimes you would list number of units, for example. You authorize like our large CDD applications where they'll say you're allowed to have 1,000 units, but then you can do an unsubstantial amendment to increase that plus or minus 2% or something, those kinds of things. Or changes to signage. They tend to be minor things.
So I just, if I may, so you can increase things by minus 2%?
If it's identified as an unsubstantial amendment in the development agreement. And that's just off the top of my head. I don't know if we've done that in like the big CDD ones. I think we would normally put a little bit of flexibility there. Trying to think of other things. Sometimes you would need to, actually one of the issues that's come up recently is the placement of things like propane tanks on a property. You may give the ability to allow the DO to negotiate with the developer to move that if it needs to for some regulatory reason, if it's too close to the street or what have you.
So is there a possibility then, like talking about apartment buildings, so that we could have an increase in unit somehow and not come to council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, but only if council approves a development agreement that says that that's one of the things that could be done through an unsubstantial amendment. So if you approve a DA and it says, you're permitted to have a 40-unit apartment building, but then in the section where it talks about unsubstantial amendments says, that may be, you may allow an additional 2%, 5%, whatever, then that could be dealt with by the DO. And I mean, when they do that, they would check to make sure the parking ratios are still met and all the other requirements. But what I would say is that's, if this authority is delegated to staff, then, I guess when we bring development agreements to you, we'll be very clear about what it is you're delegating if there's an unsubstantial amendment.
With all due respect, I'm not very comfortable with that at all.
Okay.
With regard to, we had issues of changing fencing here one time and was brought back to council. Would a change in, like, say, if a developer wanted to change a fence style or type of material used in that fence style, would that be done by staff without coming back through to council now?
Again, only if it was identified as an unsubstantial amendment, and I can't remember in that case if that was a substantial or unsubstantial amendment.
With all due respect, I'm very uncomfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair, so to staff, I just want to understand this for myself. So non-substantive decisions are actually defined in the development agreement? What is non-substantive?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. In every development agreement, there's a list. There's
Right.
a section called unsubstantive amendments or non-substantive amendments, and it will actually list the things that can be considered. And sometimes it frames them even tighter. Like, again, if it's a number of units, it could say not just that it can change, but it can only change by a small percent, whatever is set.
Okay, so if they're listed in the development agreement, there's no dispute over what they are. I would have no problem with that. I'm looking forward to the day we don't have to advertise in the Chronicle Herald again, but I can live with that. If somebody wants to make the motion, the motion is fine to me. I'll make the motion then. The Planning Advisory Committee recommends to council that council give second reading to housekeeping amendments to the municipal planning strategy as outlined in the staff report MGA changes dated May 6, 2025, that enable the use of community print media for planning applications, public hearings, authorize the development officer to approve non-substantive amendments to the development agreement, and authorize the CAO to discharge development agreements.
Second.
So moved in second. Nobody wishing to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed with the vote of 9-2, with Councillor Rhino and Councillor Garden Cole voting nay. Thank you, John. I want to thank staff for their reports this afternoon. That concludes Planning Advisory Committee. I'll move it's adjourned and are we taking a break first?
Yeah, let's do a food break.
Okay, Planning Advisory adjourned, and we'll have our snack break followed by Corporate Residential Service with Chairperson Sandra Garden Cole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this agenda item is about the medical center lift station. The funding sources issue is to be discussed. The medical center lift station was a project that was put on our 25-26 capital budget list. It has a total estimated cost of around $900,000. And when we put it in the capital budget this year, we made the assumption that we would get half of that funding from the grid funding from the province, which we applied for in November of 2024. Unfortunately, we just were notified by the province that we're not going to get that $475,000 for the medical center lift station. We did get funds for the Shuby water treatment plant backwash storage project, but they indicated the whole fund, which was $15 million for the province, was oversubscribed, so we didn't get the other funds that we asked for. So now we're in a situation in relation to 25-26 capital work that we need to determine where the municipality is going to fund this 50% of this project from, or $475,000. So as you can see from the motion that's up here, that staff are recommending that $475,000 of housing accelerated funds is allocated towards the medical center lift station. As earlier I said this evening, that council had already allocated approximately $4.7 million of the total expected funding of around $5.8 million, so roughly $1 million unallocated at the moment. So if they were to choose to allocate the $475,000, that would leave approximately $500,000 left of the total $5.8 million that would not be allocated. However, council can decide, or corporate services can decide, that they may want to draw those funds from elsewhere, and the alternatives that were listed at the bottom of the report are options. So as you can see, you could do a portion from half and a portion from the USR contingency reserves, or you can do it all from the USR contingency reserves, or there's some other miscellaneous USR contingency reserves in numbers 3, 4, and 5 that you could get those funds from as well. So it's really up to council how they would like to fund this this $475,000, whether it's half or one of the other options that are listed. Madam Chair, that's what I have to say. Try to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. First to speak is Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When this project is supposed to start, like how far are we from this one?
I would ask the Director of I&O to answer that, but I can say that from a project completion perspective, we are supposed to be done by March 31st, 2026.
Okay.
So less than a year to finish it, but I'm wondering if perhaps Jesse might have a little update on where we are from a project perspective.
Through Madam Chair, so the project won't be complete by March 2026. There's already staff work to ask for an extension on that. The timeline, I'm anticipating that it starts next fiscal. It needs to start next fiscal because we have to wait for phase 2 of the Highway 214 wastewater force main project to be completed. We're working towards easements right now, design, and then construction, and then that ties to this lift station that would happen. And so that force main project is active. There's design work that is actively ramping back up for phase 2. Then we would go to construction, but it's all in a sequence. So it's subject to that previous project.
What happened with the other?
Yep.
Yeah, I only ask because if we allocate the money now and some funding became available, we can still we can still dig into those funds, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you. Next to speak is Councillor Tingley.
Through to the chair to staff, what's the reason you would choose the Housing Auxiliary Fund over the USR contingency reserves?
I don't think there's a strong decision one way or the other. Housing Accelerator Fund this type of work can be allocated to the Housing Accelerator Fund. It's really a decision of making a choice between different options.
Okay, it needs to be done, so I'm going to move the Corporate and Residential Services Committee recommend that council allocate $475,000 of the Housing Accelerator Fund funding toward the Medical Center Lift Station project.
Moved and seconded. Seeing no one to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion has passed unanimously. Okay, our next item is Fire Service Funding Policy Update with Adam Clarkson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I pull up the report for committee, I can just briefly, I'll run my screen here too, Shirley. Mention this report is in front of you really for the initial reason, if you recall, council provided grants to 3 of the 6 rural fire departments out of your rural capital fund of $100,000 to Knoll, Maitland, and Gore. And there was 3 departments that didn't have funding allocated out of that reserve, and council really wanted to put some policy around that reserve. So that's why this report's in front of you. However, when we look at policies, we look at other opportunities. We're listening to council's discussions, and there's 2 other amendments we're suggesting to include in this update, should you choose to. The second piece is around looking at adding in some policy framework for how fire area rates are increased or decreased, should you want to talk about that. And then the last piece, if you recall in your budget this year, you included $20,000 annual contribution to the fire training center. So this would just be putting some policy around how those funds are accessed. I know at the next Chiefs meeting, they have it on their draft agenda to talk about accessing that $20,000 for this year. So really just kind of putting the framework around that. So I know everyone's kind of already read through the report, so I'll just skim down to the motion was included, that was made by council. So the first piece is around the policy for allocating those reserves, and that's the Rural Fire Capital Reserve. And so the intent, I think, of council at the time was to try to ensure the 3 remaining parties had that $100,000 out of the reserve like the other 3 did. And so the way we're recommending the amendment is that amounts added to this fund after March 31st, 2025 will be allocated equally amongst all departments. And those departments can work together and reallocate a portion of the reserve that may be benefiting multiple departments upon council approval. So really, you're saying if you put funds into these reserves and there's no ongoing contributions to these reserves, just to refresh council, these are reserves that sometimes as you're allocating money out within your community, there's some funds that go into these reserves. There's not a regular contribution. But as you allocate funds, basically, they will then be spread apart, allocated amongst all 6 of those departments equally moving forward, and the interest that is accrued on them is then spread amongst all 6 departments. So that's the first amendment. In each of the 3 policy changes, I've recommended an alternative for them. So instead of breaking it out equally, you could look at the assessment approach and allocate it based on percentages. Probably, this is kind of inconsistent with how the fire operating grants are done. So, but it is, however, an alternative for you to consider. So that's the first piece of the policy. The second is around fire area rates. So right now, our typical process is the council looks at their draft budget in January. Finance staff present you with the draft fire rates. to the budget committee, then finance staff go out to the chiefs, talk to them. Any increases or decreases may come back to council, and you discuss and make your decision. What this is suggesting is putting some policy around that when those requests come in, that the membership of the department making the request has approved the change. So ensuring that within a department, all of the membership is aware of a change coming forward for a request. And then the second piece is that the local fire department has met with local councillors to discuss and demonstrate the financial need to adjust the rate. And I know some councillors meet with their fire departments regularly, or most of you or all of you are in contact with them, but this puts the framework and the onus around the departments to talk to their local councillors, because then the councillors can then provide that discussion piece at the council level when you're talking about rate changes. So the alternative to this is that you could ask in your policy to have the chiefs come and present their request to all of council. I'm not sure that you want to do that. You have 13 departments. You could leave it at the local district level, but that is an alternative that you could, as part of any rate increases, decrease, have the chiefs come in and present their need and demonstrate their need to council as a whole. The last piece is around the $20,000 contribution. Really, this is a pretty straightforward amendment we're suggesting today. Is really the purpose of the reserves are for maintenance of the fire training grounds. And to refresh committee, there are 2 training grounds, one in Elmsdale and one in Knoll. And it's for maintenance and improvement to the fire training facilities. And to access these funds, a written request must be made to the municipality, supported by 2/3 of the chiefs' vote. So the chiefs really have to talk about how they want to allocate those funds. Discussion point in here, the third point on the screen is that municipal staff will administer the funds on behalf of council. You may want to administer those funds yourselves. We think that the way this is structured, that you could leave it to the staff level to ensure that the 2/3 of the vote of the chiefs has come forward. They've talked about it. Both Calvin and myself currently sit at the chiefs meeting, so we're really kind of already working with them and understanding their projects, but that really is your prerogative if you want that coming forward. So that's pretty much the whole report. I will just quickly flip over. It's attached to your agenda. The policy amendments that are in here, they were track changes, so I'm not going to go through them in detail, but it was section 9 we added around allocating the funds equally amongst all 6 departments, ensuring those 3 have the funds, the piece on the capital, and then the piece on do you want the fire area rates coming through a more formal process. Depending on those 3 discussion points today, we can pull back the draft amendments or leave it as is, and I'll just turn it back to the chair.
Thank you. Okay, first to speak is Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To staff, I guess the only thing I would like to see added is on the rate request, the membership of the department making the request has approved the change. I think we should include the meeting and the date of the meeting, so that it's within a reasonable length of time.
Yes, so through you, Madam Warren, absolutely, we can add that in the policy. I think our intent would be to get a copy to show that the membership have approved it. We would, at a staff level, from a process perspective, we would ask for a copy of those meeting minutes. It's your prerogative. If you want that in the policy, we'd be happy to add that into the policy.
I'm only one, but I think I would really recommend it.
Yeah, so we'll make a note of that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next to speak is Madam Rolston.
Thank you.
Sorry, Warden Rolston.
I'm not going to say a word. Yeah, well, my question's kind of around the fire rates too, but a little different than Councillor Dixon, because I guess in my area it's been a little bit less formal. And if departments think they need an increase for something, they'll have a chat with me, and I just make the motion at budget time to increase the rate by a cent or so. So my only concern is that these fire departments are volunteer folks, most of whom have full-time jobs and are very busy, and even though we send them the information at budget time, they may not have a meeting, a business meeting, you know, by the time they realize, oh my soul, if we want a rate, we have to have a passed motion and everything. So I wouldn't want them to miss a whole year because they hadn't had a motion. And my mind goes back to the addition on the Rawdon Fire Hall when we had to increase their rate by a cent in order to afford the loan payments to continue with that project. And, you know, we were able to do that, but I didn't need, you know, I guess I'm just a little, how stringent it has to be. I'd still like it to be able to be as straightforward and easy as possible for the departments, because and maybe I'm wrong, but, you know, these folks all pay taxes too. They don't want their rates raised any more than anybody else does for anything superfluous. So I guess, I don't know what I'll wait, see what other folks think, but I'd still like to retain the ability to, as we do now, to just introduce that at budget time if we had conversation with the fire department.
Okay, thank you. Next to speak is Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, I talked about this before, like, every district has roughly the same amount of people, the same amount of homes. And, you know, the rural area just doesn't have the assessment that other areas do, and the fire departments suffer because of that. And would it be feasible that in areas that have a lower assessment, that the requirements of the fire service be based on a per dwelling cost similar to our solid waste? And could we have those two systems in place where in those areas it's a per dwelling cost, which will allow the fire departments to receive the funding that they need, vice area rates on the other ones where the area rate is covering those costs? Would it be feasible to have those two systems?
Through you, Madam Warden. So, sorry, Madam Chair. I think there's a few pieces to that I'm just going to unpack here for a moment. Your current support for the rural areas, and you're right, from the assessment side, council has an operating grant in place to support additional funds. And then I believe there's the municipal growth grant that council talked about that is now supporting those. If you want to look at a per dwelling, I mean, you can look at your rate structure, and finance is really probably the better one to comment on the actual mechanics of it, but you could have different rates. But I think it would be important, if you're going to look at a per dwelling rate, the council looks at the entire, to get the snapshot, council should look at the entire municipality first, just to see where everything sits, and then drill down into what model you want to do. And I wouldn't suggest just looking at.
And this model would have to be driven by those departments. I'm not saying we enforce this or we do this. I'm just wondering if it would be an option that they could explore themselves to see, because, you know, we all have the same amount of people, and yet some departments are receiving quite a bit of funds and some don't receive as much, right? So they're kind of hamstrung by how much funds they can receive, yet everybody has the same amount of people. So in one area, people are paying a lot of money for their fire service, and those fire departments are healthy. In other areas, just based on the way the taxation is currently, it puts some of those departments at a disadvantage. And I've been here for a number of years and just looking to find a way to make it an even and level playing field, because that's, I think, that is what the rural service needs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Next to speak is Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what Councillor Perry, that would be part of a fire service review, and I think we're going to talk about that in a little bit later with regard to that. I would see that as part of the fire service review. But for right now, I agree with the warden. I'd like to keep it the way it was. You know, the fire departments come to the councillor and just say, we need an increase, here's the increase, and then we go ahead and we introduce it at budget time. If we complicate this, maybe just a little bit more confusing for people who are volunteers and who work up through. That's my feeling.
Thank you, Councillor. Next to speak is Warden Rolston.
Thank you. Just not going to get into a debate here, but just touching on what Councillor Perry has said. I'd just like to remind council that the operating grant and the growth grant, those are not funded by the general tax rate anymore. They are, but they're funded based on the amount of deed transfer tax that goes to the rural area. That was that big discussion and change that we had a year or two ago. That's how I remember it. But where the funding comes from, yes, I know, because I made the motion when we had all that discussion, so that there would never be an opportunity again for anyone to say that everybody else subsidized the rural area. When we made those divisions, I don't know what it looks like on paper, but when we did that work at that time and did all those charts, those grants all came out. And yes, on paper, it's still the general tax rate, but it all ties into that transfer tax allocation to those areas. And trust me, I remember those horrible discussions. But anyway, that was, I know that was part of the discussion, and I certainly believe that's what I voted on. I don't know if others remember as well or not, but anyway, but as Councillor Rhino said, any change to that is something that could be discussed should a fire service review come forward. And as we know, we're waiting on a full fire service review from the province at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak is Councillor Perry.
I just want to clarify that I never made any comments towards where money came from. I was just putting a possible option out there that the fire service could look at to enable their fire departments to receive the funding that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Go
ahead.
From the conversation I've heard, I guess it's really on section 20, it would be 20.1.1 is what I've heard some councillors speak about. So if you want, you would remove that, or you keep it in. I think the reason we have this in here is, I guess I can understand the challenges of the local departments and how the volunteers are planning. We were just looking at it from ensuring the whole membership knew, but maybe that is more than what's needed in policy. So I'll leave it up to council to decide, but if you wanted to make a change, it would be pulling out the draft 20.1.1, and you could leave the remainder two in there that you speak to your local councillor. So I leave it up to committee to decide on how you want to move forward.
Okay. Nobody looking to speak? Oh, Warden Rolston.
Well, I'm going to move to remove, what was the number again?
20.1.1.
20.1.1, for the simple reason that that does not preclude any councillor from asking their department for an approved motion before they bring it forward. If a department asks a councillor to bring it forward, any councillor can say, yes, I'm happy to do that. I would like to have the motion from the department with the request to present. And that leaves it, to the individual councillor if they're comfortable just asking for the increase, or if they would like to have the motion backing that up. So my motion is to remove 20.1.
Okay. Motion made. Seeing no one left to speak, we'll go to the vote. Okay, so the motion has passed with a vote of 10-1, with Councillor Perry voting nay.
So we'll have, Madam Chair, the motion for you later today at your policy meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry. The municipal clerk, Shirley, assistant, has corrected me. We do need the first one on the screen here, and I think I would just tweak it that attached to the and as amended by committee during discussion.
Okay. Warden Rolston?
I would move that the Corporate and Residential Services Committee recommend that council give notice of intent to approve an amendment to the fire service funding policy as attached to and amended at the Executive Committee agenda on May 13th, 2025.
Moved and seconded. Seeing no one to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Okay. Okay. So that's everything for Corporate and Residential Services Committee. Seeing no one,